Welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully, it is not as snowy and not as cold wherever you guys are. Right now, there's about probably a good foot and a half of snow out here in Indianapolis, and it's like -1 degrees. So that's pretty fantastic. Brian, I'm sure the weather up by you guys is not much better or
Dude,
even
it's
worse.
it's it's I don't know about worse. It's bad. It's been pouring all day. My wife has a friend over, and she came over this morning at like 9 a.m. And if you saw her car in the driveway, it looked like she's just been sitting there all week and hasn't moved her car. It's just completely covered. So yeah,
Ooh.
it's been dumping, but it's been a soft snow. So our girls like that, our dogs like that for sure. They like to go out and run around in it for about 2 minutes, and then it's like, okay, it's cold, time to come inside. But yeah, a lot to discuss today. Obviously, buy so hold. This is kicks off our new format, not a new format because we're still doing the things we've always done, but sort of our new schedule. Buy so hold has always been on a Wednesday, but now it is going to be on a Monday. But before we do, we obviously have some news that we're going to discuss, Trevor, and that's news that we got last night. I was sitting there working on putting some depth charts together for our show tomorrow. We're going to do our way too early top 25 for tomorrow. So I'm working on putting depth charts and stuff like that together. And Trev's text me goes, Mickens is gone. And so I thought that this might happen, but obviously was hoping that it wouldn't happen. and then got official word that it was a done deal. So yeah, so that's what we're going to talk about first, Trev. Mike Mickens is off to the NFL. He is the new, he'll be the secondary coach and pass game coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, it's a great hire for the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, starting off, he's rejoining forces with, guys like Kyle Hamilton. I know that the Ravens had a struggling defense this year. I wouldn't necessarily consider the secondary being the main problem, but that's a strong hire by Minter, and they needed to make an impact on the back end of the defense. And for all the good things that we said about Mike Mickens, that's the correct hire. They went out and got somebody that has excelled at his job. But from a Notre Dame perspective, this one stings. Like you said, it was a job where, look, when somebody does the job of Mike Mickens, you can't expect them to stay around forever. Understandably so, but it doesn't make it hurt any less when they leave because you know what they've done up to this point, and we knew how big of a role he was going to play in Notre Dame's 2026 season. So definitely a blow, that's for sure.
Well, as you mentioned, Trevor, it's a huge get for the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, this is, in my opinion, one of the premier teachers of secondary in the country. And when you think about where Notre Dame was for a very long time when it came to secondary development, secondary recruiting, and then you look at what he's done in recent seasons, it's like, yeah, this isn't by accident. And this started to happen before Marcus Freeman got here. He was here a year before. But Marcus Freeman and Mike Mickens working together was a great tandem, as far as with recruiting and then obviously the development that Mike Mickens has done. And you're talking about a team that 3 out of the last 4 years, actually 2 of the last 4 years, you have had a freshman All-American corner. And then this year, you had a freshman All-American safety. So 3 out of 4 years, you've had a freshman All-American in the secondary. You've had young guys consistently stepping into a very complicated position and thriving, whether it's Benjamin Morrison back in 2022. Christian Gray actually did very well as a true freshman in 2023 coming off the bench. If you remember the game where Benjamin Morrison was out and Cam Hart got hurt early in the game, and Christian stepped in, played great football, and then 2024, Leonard Moore steps in, and then 2025, you got Tay Johnson. Adon Schuler started as a redshirt freshman on a team that played for a national championship. I mean, you look at the – and why was there not a freshman All-American cornerback this year? Because your last 2 stud freshmen were the 2 starters on the outside, and you look at just, this year, unanimous All-American. 2 of the last 3 years, Notre Dame's had a unanimous All-American in the secondary with Mike Mickens leading the charge. And should be 3 years in a row because Xavier Watts got absolutely screwed out of being a unanimous All-American last year. So he's done a tremendous job. And you look at the job of the pass defense in recent years. There's and what we're doing here is we're not saying this to panic. This is giving Mike Mickens his respect before we dive into what's next. And you're talking about a defense that this past year, which was not even a great year for the Notre Dame secondary for reasons we've discussed, this was the down year for Notre Dame secondary. And in the down year for the Notre Dame secondary, Notre Dame finished 9th in the country in passer rating allowed, Notre Dame finished the season 15th in completion percentage allowed. They finished 19th in yards per attempt allowed. They finished 20th in fewest touchdowns allowed. They finished 4th in interceptions and played less games than everybody else this season. Last year, Notre Dame led the nation in passer rating. They were tied for 6th with the national champions Ohio State in yards allowed per pass attempt. They allowed 14 touchdowns. They had 19 interceptions, which again tied for 5th, and also ranked 4th in fewest yards allowed. In 2023, I believe that was Mike Mickens' first year as the pass game coordinator. They finished 3rd in the country in yards allowed. They once again, for the first of 2 years, led the nation in passer rating. Their 52.4% completion rate was 2nd in the country. They improved that in 24 by being number 1 in the country. In 2023, Notre Dame also was 3rd in the country in yards allowed per pass attempt. They allowed 8 touchdowns that season, 8 touchdowns, and had 16 interceptions. In the last 3 years, Notre Dame has had 16, 19, I'm pulling up 16, 19, and 21 interceptions. That's 56 interceptions in the last 3 years for the Notre Dame defense. Twice led the nation in pass efficiency defense. Finished 2nd or 1st in lowest completion percentage allowed in the last 3 years. And you just watch them play, the technical proficiency with which they play the game. You know, the communication that you see on the back end, which is absolutely outstanding for a secondary, especially one that has as much youth as they have. Great confidence. And then, of course, tremendous recruiting. And the recruiting, Trev, is there's 2 ways to be a great recruiter. And I think 2 things you need to be a great recruiter. 1 is a great evaluator. And then 2 is, can you convince kids to come play for you? And when you look at Mike Mickens and finding Benjamin Morrison, Leonard Moore, who were not big-time recruits, not highly ranked recruits, being able to go out and recognize that a Don Schuler was an absolute stud and getting him to come to Notre Dame. You look at that, the ability to then develop those players and the success they had. It's like every year they're going to the portal for a nickel, and like every year it's a home run, every year. And then, of course, the development of those young players. And then when you start to be able to kind of, your evaluation is, we evaluate this guy's a stud too, and he happens to be a 5-star, and you're able to go out and get those guys in recent years as well. And you think of the incoming DB class. So Mike Mickens has done an absolute tremendous job. And look, I'm a believer in this, Trev. I'm a believer that there's 2 very important things that I believe in as a coach. One is, and this is not the most important, this is the one that's most obvious, but one is, did you leave a place better than you found it? And Trev, there is no doubt when you look at what Notre Dame had in the secondary in 2020, when Mike Mickens took over as the DB coach at Notre Dame, and you look at what he inherited. You obviously had Kyle Hamilton coming off a very good year, but you had Sean Crawford, was in his 6th year, was a banged-up player, was moving positions again. You had true freshman Clarence Lewis. You had to go to the portal to get Nick McLeod. You had Tariq Bracy at nickel, Houston Griffith at safety, who hadn't really done a whole lot. DJ Brown, you went and got Isaiah Pryor to play Rover out of the portal. You had KJ Wallace. I mean, it wasn't this. These are good players. I like some of those guys, but it's like you look at that room, and Clarence Lewis steps in as a starter as a true freshman, and is part of a team that plays for a championship. And then you look at what the room became. A guy that turned 2 former wide receivers, guys that played wide receiver at Notre Dame, into NFL starters. Think about that. 2. Cam Hart and Xavier Watts. There's no question. And you look at the state of the current roster of what the next guy will be inheriting, there is zero doubt that Mike Mickens is leaving the secondary room at Notre Dame in a much, much, much better place than he found it.
No question. I mean, whoever walks into this job, it's one of the reasons why I think this has to be one of the most desirable jobs left in all of college football. I mean, if I was a defensive backs coach anywhere and say, hey, okay, I get to walk into a spot and have Leonard Moore, Christian Gray, Adon Schuler, Tay Johnson, Mark Zachary, Dallas Golden, that incoming freshman class of 2026, Yeah, you can sign me up for that. DJ McKinney, Jaden Sanders. There's a lot of reason for this to be a very desirable job, but it's all a testament to what Mike Mickens did during his time at South Bend. Quite literally the definition of what more do you want me to do? And that's how we left it. And so I understand the decision for him to go. And it's one that as a fan, it's a tough pill to swallow, but man, you look at what he's done and I understand it.
The second thing about it, Trev, and I'll kind of give a backstory on what happened in a second. But the second thing about it is you want someone who cares about developing young people, not just as football players. And I'll relay a story that I was told a couple years ago. This isn't from Mike Mickens or another Notre Dame coach. This is from a parent. This is of a parent whose son was buried on the depth chart at Notre Dame, had no hope for being like any kind of starter or even a two deep guy. Buried. Was a scholarship player though. And I remember talking to the dad and I said, so, what after the season, so what are your guys' plans? Like, have you guys had the conversation about the transfer portal and all that? And he goes, yeah, talk to my son about it. And he doesn't want to do it. So, well, why is that? He wants to get that Notre Dame degree. He goes, yeah, that's part of it. He goes, but he loves playing for Mike Mickens. And he goes, he said, he told me, Daddy treats me like he does everybody else. He treats me like he treats the starters. I'm getting better every day. He coaches me up every day. And he had built this feeling of unity in that room where this kid didn't want to leave his family because he felt like he was still valuable. He had value to the program, even though he was never going to actually take a meaningful snap on Saturdays. I think that says so incredibly much about who Mike Mickens is as a coach. And the greatest stories I've ever heard about Mike Mickens are from parents. And the vast majority are from parents whose kids didn't even play that much. Like, I've talked to people of starters and they have great things to say, but the most of the parents that just sing the praises of Mike Mickens are not even starters. Parents who might have a reason to be, my kid should play. And it wasn't about how much it was about how much he took care of their kids, how much he cared about their kids, how he invested in their kids. And that's what a college football coach is supposed to be about. And that's also what Notre Dame is losing with Mike Mickens. It's not just someone who can teach the position. It's someone who made you a better man because you were a part of his room. And that, at the end of the day, should be the most important thing for a coach. And I love the fact that Mike Mickens showed that you can not only do that, but you can also coach football at an elite level and also care about what kind of young men you're producing. And I think that says so much about who he was as a coach.
Yeah, I definitely think that was something that's been lost a little bit in translation with this new day and age of college football that makes it so transactional. And Mike Mickens is one of the good ones that put the time and effort in to build those true relationships. So definitely something that's going to be missing South Bend, that's for sure.
So let's talk about kind of what went down, Trevor. I put an intel piece on the board, and there's a lot of ways we can go with this. We can talk about, obviously Mickens not getting even interviewed for the D coordinator job last year. I think played a role in this hire from the standpoint of Mike Mickens, like all coaches, has goals and aspirations as a coach. All of them do. I believe that Mike Mickens wants to be a defensive coordinator someday, and I believe that Mike Mickens wants to be a head coach someday. A lot of coaches have those goals. We've seen them in the past talk about those goals. Not him, but like other coaches. Dylan McCullough never hid the fact that he wants to be a head coach someday. He's never hidden that fact. And so I think when you've done what Mike Mickens had done through last season, and you can't even get an interview for the D coordinator job, I think what that says is, yes, I'm valued by the head football coach for the job I'm doing. And there's no question that Marcus Freeman valued Mike Mickens as the DB coach. That's why he got pay raises every offseason, even years where he didn't even have to ask for them. It's just, okay, by the way, you're getting a pay raise. But obviously Marcus Freeman, for whatever reason, didn't feel Mike Mickens was prepared to be the defensive coordinator. I'm not here to argue that. I'm not here to debate that. It doesn't matter. It happened. It is what it is. But I think what the realization was is that if Mike Mickens wants to achieve his goals, it's just not going to happen at Notre Dame. It's going to have to happen somewhere else. But even with that, Mike Mickens was not looking for another job, from what I was told. it was Jesse Minter got hired from by the Baltimore Ravens, I believe, 4 days ago? Was it like Thursday?
Yeah. Last
Trev?
week. Yep.
And there's a connection there. So Mike Mickens played at Cincinnati. If you guys remember this, Mike Mickens played DB at Cincinnati, University of Cincinnati, from 05 to 08. And the Jesse Minter was a graduate assistant coach in 07 and 08. And then they worked together at Indiana State. When Mike Mickens got out of coaching, Jesse Minter was already at Indiana State, and he helped get Mike Mickens a job at Indiana State. That was Mike Mickens' first coaching job outside of a year at Cincinnati. So there's always been sort of they've known each other. There's been a relationship there, and so that was kind of something that was important to him. Rick Minter was obviously at Cincinnati before that. That's Jesse's dad. So he didn't coach Mike Mickens, but like that family had kind of been connected there. And so when he pursued Mike Mickens, it was one of those things where you're going to basically have the same role you have at Notre Dame, which is it's a promotion, because you're going from that job in college to now you've got that job in the National Football League. And it was one of those things where it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. You get to go coach Kyle Hamilton again, and you get to coach Alohi Gilman, and you get to coach the Ravens secondary. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. And the reality is defensive back coaches are clearly valued more in the NFL than they are in college football. There just aren't a whole lot of DB coaches getting promoted to be coordinators and head coaches. There's some. Obviously, Chris Ash was a DB and a DB coach, and Mike Elko was a safeties coach. But you're not seeing a lot of guys known as corners coaches that are getting those type of opportunities. That's not the case in the National Football League, where it's very clear that secondary coaches are getting D coordinator jobs, they're getting head coaching jobs. And I think maybe that had a little bit to do with it as well. But this really came down to this was just an opportunity that was too good to pass up. And Mike Mickens has given 6 seasons to the University of Notre Dame and built this into a great situation. And that's kind of how it came to be. It just like, look, if you want to achieve those goals, it's just not going to happen here. I'll say one other thing, and I went into more detail on the message board. I know there's a lot of people that are like, hey, I've heard this. He didn't like working with Chris Ash. They didn't get along, things along those lines. I was told, I asked about that last night, and I was told from a very, very close source of the situation that wasn't the case at all. Like, I think it took time for them to get on the same page. But I was told that had no factor. Mike Mickens has a lot of respect for Chris Ash, and I think he was able to teach Chris Ash some things, and I think Chris Ash was able to teach him some things. And so I was told that this was literally just about a career opportunity that he couldn't pass up. And so there's no drama here. There's no like, he told Marcus Freeman to go, himself, and you know what I mean, and he told he didn't like Chris Ash, and he was still pissed about getting passed over. I don't think he was pissed about getting passed over as much as he just realized, if I want to achieve the things I want to achieve in my career, it's just not going to happen here. But I will tell you that Mike Mickens turned down a lot of jobs over the last year as well, including NFL jobs. This was a unique situation that was it was too much to pass up. And so that's why Mike Mickens was on the road recruiting last week, even though he's leaving this weekend. It literally, like when he was out on the road recruiting, this was not on the radar at all, because the head coach just got hired like Thursday or Friday. So like, I know it sells, like having a juicy story sells, and the drama of this and the drama of that. But really, I mean, I made a lot of calls, and I asked those tough questions last night. And I'm quite confident in saying that this was about a coach who'd given everything he had to a place, getting an opportunity that he just couldn't say no to. I really think that's what it was about. Unfortunate for Notre Dame, but I do think that's what it's about. So I don't have any juicy drama of backroom fighting. I mean, I'd heard about a thing that happened between the two before game, but that stuff happens in coaches' rooms all the time. with people who are tight. I mean, I've gotten into disagreements with coaches who were my best friends on the staff. That's football. It's a passionate thing. It was made very clear that this was not about anything other than just an opportunity to pass up. Now, not getting passed up for the D coordinator job last year played a role in it, but not like in this bitter kind of FU, type of I want out, because Mike Mickens has had a lot of opportunities to leave Notre Dame for very good jobs between then and now. I really think this was just a pathway that said, hey, this is too good for me to pass up, and it's something that's going to work for my family as well, because he's a husband and a father of a young daughter, you know what I mean? So he's not going to just take any kind of job, which he would have if he was bitter about what happened last year. I think it's just you had a great job. You couldn't, you just couldn't pass it up.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, every single one of us in this chat, Brian, I'm sure you've been there. I certainly have been there, where we've worked jobs before where we just kind of look at it and evaluate. And it's like, okay, I'm capped out here. It stinks. You make relationships with people, you have friendships at whatever job. But look, that's just how it goes sometimes. It stings. It doesn't make it any worse, but I understand him taking the job. I fully support him taking the job, and I hope he has a lot of success at the next level, because for a lot of coaches, that's the goal, is to get to the National Football League. I understand it. Dylan McCullough left last year. Mike Mickens left this past year. Al Golden left last year. So there's a lot of different attrition that goes on, and all for varying reasons, and I get it. Dylan McCullough had aspirations to go back and become a head coach, and he felt the best way to do that was the NFL. Al Golden wanted to move closer to his family. Mike Mickens, is kind of following his dream to take those next steps in his career, and he gets to do it alongside somebody that arguably got him started on this path of coaching, rejoining with Jesse Minter. So I understand it. It stings as a Notre Dame fan, but Brian, that leaves us with a spot where do you go next? Mm-hmm. What does Marcus Freeman do now? Because we've talked ad nauseum about how this team has the opportunity to do something really special in 2026. Still, right now, even though it's been a couple weeks, Notre Dame is still favored on FanDuel to win the national championship in 2026. Yep. Losing track of my years. But we believe that Mike Mickens was going to play a big part of that. And so now it's up to Marcus Freeman to now have to replace the best defensive backs coach in the country.
That's going to be the challenge. And here's what I'm not going to do. And this isn't a shot at anybody else. I don't know if anybody else is doing this. I'm just telling you guys because I've been asked about it. I'm not going to throw out a list of candidates that I like and be like, here's guys that are on the board and here's guys consider, because I don't know who's on the board right now. I don't know who Marcus Freeman's going to consider. The reason I'm not going to give you a list is because I could tell you who I think he's going to hire, and I could pump up a couple guys. But if Marcus Freeman goes in another direction, then people are going to be like, oh, I can't believe you hired this person. I've seen this happen before in the past. So what I'll do is as I get real names, I'll talk about them, or I'll probably just wait until he makes the hire, because I don't think it's going to take a super long time to make this hire. Look, I have to think that Marcus Freeman is not an unintelligent person, and he's not an idiot, and he's not naive. If after passing over Mike Mickens a year ago, Marcus Freeman didn't have an idea that he's not going to have Mike Mickens for the next 10 years, I got to question his sanity. And since we all know that Marcus Freeman's an intelligent person, I have to think that there's a list of people he's turning to. This isn't like, well, right, got a new opening. Who should I consider? I'm taking all applications. I got to think he has an idea of the people he wants to consider. Chris Ash is going to have people that he wants to consider, and Marcus Freeman's agent will probably have some say in who he talks to as well, as we've seen with past hires. But we've also seen that Marcus Freeman relies on his coordinators a lot for hires. I know some people don't like that. I understand, especially with what we saw from Chris Ash's preferred way of playing defense last year. But at the end of the day, he's the defensive coordinator. And if you don't think your defensive coordinator is capable of making a good hire on the defensive staff, then you shouldn't have him as your defensive coordinator. You need someone that's going to work with him and can teach the things that he wants to employ. I still hope that Chris Ash learned some things last year about what can and can't work at an elite level with the talent he has. But he should have a say. Now, Marcus Freeman has to make the hire. It has to be who he wants, not who the DC wants, it can't be who his agent wants. It can't be who Brian Driscoll wants or who Trevor Trowbridge wants or anybody else. It's got to be who he thinks gives his program the best chance to go out there and win a championship in 2026. And so obviously that's very important. So I'm not going to give like a list of guys. There's a lot of good DB coaches out there. You got to hire one. It better not be. Here's all I'll say. It better not be someone who's never been like a lead dog in the room before. That's all I'll say. You don't turn this over to someone who's got potential but's never been a full-time coach. This is a Ferrari. You don't hand it over to your 16-year-old kid who's never driven a car before. You know what I mean? Or a 16-year-old kid who just got his, 15-year-old kid who just got his learner's permit. You know what I'm saying, Trev? Like, you don't do that. You go out and find the best in the business that fits what you're trying to do as a program. Someone who can coach and recruit. Coaching being the primary thing here because the recruiting has already been done. You know what I mean? Like, your job is basically don't screw this up. That's the job for Marcus Freeman and Chris Ash. Don't screw this up. And I could give you a list of 3 or 4 guys that I like. But if he doesn't hire someone from my list, that doesn't mean he didn't make a good hire. And the other thing, too, I found is if I suggest they hire this, and they go outside the box and I criticize that hire, people will take that and turn that into, oh, you're just mad he didn't go after who you want him to go after. That silliness. So I'm like, fine. I won't give you any thoughts on who they should hire. I will evaluate who they do hire. And it better be a home run. Because there's this thought that, well, they're going to be fine. Well, they could be. Mike Mickens is going to be very hard to replace. No one's irreplaceable. No one. But they've got to make a good hire. I mean, you got a new D-line coach. Chris Ash played a role in that. That was a freaking home run hire, bringing in Charlie Partridge. Like Jared Parker leaves to become head coach at Troy. You went out and got Mike Denbrock, home run hire. But there's also been some hires that have been underwhelming and some hires that have been bad. And so you've got to go out there and make that kind of right hire. Because we saw when Harry Hiestand left, the Notre Dame offensive line has still not been the same since Harry Hiestand left. They are not really O-line U anymore. They're not. I mean, Notre Dame's produced, one NFL draft pick in the first round since Harry Hiestand left? One. Right? And that was Joe Alt. We haven't seen one offensive line be a legit Joe Moore Award contender. So, yeah, just because it's loaded now doesn't mean it'll continue in the future. That's what makes this hire so important for Marcus Freeman. And I'll just sit back and see who he's going to go get, and then we'll evaluate that hire for what it is. He's made one hire this offseason. That's it. And it was a banger. I mean, he drilled it because you obviously lost Max Bulla. So they transition Al Washington to the linebackers, and they go out and hire Charlie Partridge. Home run. Home run. Hopefully Coach Freeman can make a similar hire with the secondary. But it's crazy to think about the 2024 defensive staff is completely gone. Because even the same coach that's here is not coaching the same position he was in the 24 class. Or 24 team. It's completely different. In 2 years. That's college football now. In 2 years, it's completely changed. That's college football. That's what happens when you have success. Now it's up to Coach Freeman to say, okay, we're going to keep this thing going. I got to think there's legit DB coaches out there that would love to coach this unit and recruit to this program. I would think.
You definitely would, especially with the talent that they have coming back and the recruiting class that they have coming in 2026. I would expect that as well. But I'll even take it a step further. Yes, I absolutely hope this is a home run hire. It has to be. This is a very important season for Notre Dame, and I don't want to paint this picture if it's a bad hire that Notre Dame can't win a national championship. It's not that. But this isn't also just replacing an analyst. This is replacing the best defensive backs coach in college football. So it has to be a home run hire.
I mean, it even took Larry Coker 3 years to ruin Miami. You know what I mean? Like, Larry Coker won a championship in Miami because of what he inherited. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but you do need someone that can really get the most out of this group. And that's going to be a key. It's going to be a key. So, like I said, I'm not going to get into the whole this is who we should look at or this is early names, but I'm going to pretend this is early names. But in reality, it's just who I like. Or I mean, I've had so many different people tell me names to consider. It's hilarious. It's like 9 names on the board already. I'm pretty sure Marcus Freeman's not looking at 9 guys the day after Mike Mickens left. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So I just take a lot of that stuff with a grain of salt, and we'll see who hires. And like I said, I imagine it'll happen relatively quickly. Like if we're a couple weeks down the road and we haven't gotten wind of who he's going to hire, I'll be a little bit like, interesting. So we'll see how it plays out.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for part 1 of today's show. Don't go anywhere. We're getting ready to jump into the buy, sell, hold, new Irish breakdown format for the offseason coming up your way. But before we get there, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. And the best way to stay in tune with everything going on in the offseason and the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian, in part 2 of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel, we got the buy, sell, hold today, and we had that thread up over the weekend. We got a lot of awesome submissions in there. Just a friendly reminder, the buy, sell, hold is something we do for premium message board subscribers at boards.irishbreakdown.com. This isn't like a normal mailbag. So if you just ask a normal question in the chat, we aren't going to be able to get to it because we have a lot of questions that we have to get to today. But if you are a premium message board subscriber and you didn't have the opportunity to get your submission in, you can always throw in a super chat. Make sure we get that answered as well. But Brian, got a lot of questions in there today, man.
Oh, man, a lot of great submissions. We'll dive right into them. Obviously, if you have a super chat, we'll get to it. Raymond Hartman, which DB coaches do you guys think recruit and develop well? Thanks. That was put up before I said I'm not going to really get into names. But listen, I think Mike Mickens is the best developer and recruiter of defensive backs in college football. He's not the only one. And there are some NFL coaches who I think would be good fits as well. It's just really about finding the right fit and finding somebody that, number one, can coach his tail off, and then number two, can recruit. Because the way that it is, it's kind of like recruiting the offensive line in Notre Dame. With the job Harry Hiestand did, it's kind of like if you can't recruit offensive line in Notre Dame, you just are in the wrong profession. The question is, can you coach? Jeff Quinn recruited the offensive line. Joe Rudolph's recruiting the offensive line. The question is, are you an elite position coach? As a teacher of the game and a developer of young people, that's going to be the primary thing for Marcus Freeman to find. And so, Raymond, I'm not answering the question with specific names, but I will tell you there are other coaches that can come here and do a great job. And that's all that matters. It's not even going to be about, are you as good as Mike Mickens? That's really irrelevant. It's, can you come and thrive in this role and be part of a championship football program? That's going to be the key. And if they can do that, then it'll be a great hire.
Getting us kicked off in the buy, sell, holds our guy Salty. He gets that thread going for us up on the board. So appreciate you, Salty. Buy, sell, hold. In the upcoming season, Notre Dame's continuity at head coach, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, and quarterback, something that has not been the case for quite a while, will provide more of an advantage than in generally appreciated. In particular, it will be a major contributor to the starting the season with a strong series of winning results.
I'll buy this. I mean, it should be that way. I don't know that it will, but it should. Continuity, the important positions, right? I mean, head coach, DC, OC, QB. I'll throw offensive line coach in there in regard to, if you're unless you're going to make an upgrade, okay, he didn't just leave for another job, So I mean, do I think they can upgrade that position? Yeah, I do. But at the end of the day, you're really having continuity at your main positions: head coach, D coordinator, O coordinator, quarterback. That should lead to you being able to be beyond where you've been in the past. Okay, everybody knows the system now. Nobody's learning a new defense. Nobody's learning a new offense. Nobody's learning new terminology. Nobody's learning, to get to know a coach. The coach is getting to know the talent. Chris Ash knows everybody in that room other than the incoming freshmen and portal guys, which is true for everybody. Mike Denbrock knows that room very well. And so, yeah, there's definitely, and everybody knows who the leaders of the team are now. It's CJ Carr, it's Leonard Moore, it's a Don Schuler, it's Drake Bowen. There are other leaders that will emerge, but there's a group of leaders, because if you remember last offseason, they didn't have a lot of losses, but I believe every loss except for maybe one, if not all, was a captain. I mean, you lost your captains. And I'm actually pulling that up now. The captains were Jack Kaiser, Riley. Yeah, you literally lost all 5 of your captains. So even though you didn't have a lot of turnover from a personnel standpoint, yeah, a lot of young talented players coming back, you had literally lost your entire leadership structure. This year, Notre Dame brings back Drake Bowen. They bring back a Don Schuler. That's 2 captains right there. Plus you bring back your quarterback. Plus you bring back Leonard Moore, who's been said to be a leader of this team. Plus you bring back Ashton Craig, who even captains of the offensive line would say is actually the leader of the offensive line room. You know, you're bringing back Jordan Faison and Jaden Greathouse, guys who've established a level of leadership in their respective rooms. So there's certainly an uptick in proven, established leadership from a player level that I would also throw in here, Salty, that plays a role in what you're talking about. So, yes, I think all of those things factor in to why this football team should be better positioned to be successful early in the season, combined with the fact that the schedule's not as challenging as it was the last 2 years.
Yeah, Salty, I'm buying this specifically because you put quarterback in there. And here's why. This is the first time Marcus Freeman, he's going into year 5. This is the first time he's had a returning starting quarterback, but he's had a returning offensive coordinator before. He's had a returning defensive coordinator before. And Notre Dame obviously is now going on year 5 of Marcus Freeman, so they've had a returning head coach before. But what's been some of the bigger issues of Marcus Freeman's tenure? It's starting off strong. Now, they've done it weeks at a time. They started off strong in 2024, but they couldn't follow it up. They had a returning defensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? They had Al Golden come back in 2024, but they still lost to Northern Illinois. Now, they didn't lose to Northern Illinois because of Al Golden.
Right. The side of the ball that had a brand new coordinator didn't play well enough in that game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. But I'm buying this because of quarterback, because we've seen Notre Dame have a returning DC and a returning OC and Marcus Freeman going into year 5. The returning starting quarterback, especially one with the caliber of talent of CJ Carr, that's something that we haven't seen yet. So it's a buy for me as well.
Yeah, good stuff. Salty actually came with 2 today. So I got another one from Salty as well.
Buy, sell, hold. The coming hire of a DB assistant coach and the responsibilities of the role will show the extent of Chris Ash's ownership of the defense. If the new hire is historically and philosophically close to Mr. Ash, it will indicate that Notre Dame's defense is now a Chris Ash defense, albeit one over which Marcus Freeman will always have ultimate authority.
I mean, that's a buy, and that's how it should be. I mean, look, whatever your feelings are of any coordinator, if the head coach doesn't take into account who his defensive coordinator is and who he wants, he shouldn't have that person as a defensive coordinator. Now, what I mean by that is not necessarily he gets to go out and pick the assistant coach. It's got to be the head coach's decision. But if you sit down and you interview 3 or 4 different guys and the D coordinator's like, dude, this is my guy. I think this guy fits, and then have him explain to you why. Okay, Coach Ash, tell me why this is the guy we should go with. And then as long as it makes sense, and it's not like, well, I worked with him before and I'm comfortable with him. Well, I don't give a crap about who you're comfortable with. I give a crap about who's going to be the best guy for this position and who's going to thrive in this position. He should have a say. Just like if there's ever no line departure or a quarterback coach departure or whatever, Mike Denbrock should absolutely have a say in it. And if you don't trust your coordinator to do that, then you should not have him as your coordinator. So if Marcus Freeman is going to have Chris Ash as the defensive coordinator, he absolutely should make sure that the staff reflects what Chris Ash wants to do at Notre Dame. And if what Chris Ash wants to do at Notre Dame is not what Marcus Freeman wants to do at Notre Dame, then he should not have Chris Ash as a defensive coordinator. So clearly he's keeping Chris Ash. So he believes Chris Ash is going to run the defense and with a philosophy that Marcus Freeman believes in. If that's the case, then he should have a say in who they bring in. So, yeah, that absolutely will be the case. That will be the case. And this is very much going to be the Chris Ash defense. And people say, oh, it's the Notre Dame defense. That is such a tired, lazy line. Like, you're not running the same defense. No 2 coaches are the same. I don't care if it's an assistant replacing his former boss. You're still going to do things differently. It's your defense. And that's okay as long as what you're doing creates an elite result. I don't really care what it looks like. I care about the end result. I care about the philosophy behind it. Look, if you want to be a 3-down team, fine. As long as you're still dominant against the run and you're still aggressive and you're still forced and you're an elite defense, so fine. I don't care what you can go 3-4, you can go 3-3 stag, you can go 4-2-5, you can go 4-3. I don't really care. Say, look, Barry Alvarez want to go 5-2. We'll try 5-2. Okay, cool. As long as it works. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. And so let's see what he can do. He's got talent. Let's see what he can do. And look, it's funny. It's like, oh, it's going to be Chris Ash bringing to somebody. And I'm like, well, look, I understand some of the concern, but Chris Ash is the reason they brought in Charlie Partridge as the D-line coach. And they'd worked together before. That's a flipping home run hire. So, I mean, look, we got to move past September of 2025 and understand that part of Chris Ash exists, and there's culpability for that in regard to what happened in the postseason. But then let's not pretend that the last 7 games were where we saw elite defense was done in spite of the defensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be able to have a more rational conversation about this. This is a big year for Chris Ash because there's no blaming holdovers. People aren't buying in. This is your staff, brother. And guess what that means? If they go out and have an elite defense, we can't be like, well, yeah, but that's because of this. No, it's because Chris Ash is the defensive coordinator. You know, and if they do struggle this year, it's not like, well, this person this and this person that. Nope, this is on you. And go make it happen. So all I know is Chris Ash has played a role in bringing in one assistant coach. And I'm pretty fired up about that one assistant coach. Let's see if the second one is going to be just as strong. But at the end of the day, this is on Marcus Freeman to make sure that hire is made right. And if the D coordinator doesn't like it, then you explain to him why that needs to be made and make sure there's buy-in because you're the head football coach. He isn't.
Same page here. From D-Troll Hunter, buy, sell, hold. You would rather have the Notre Dame hate keep rolling this offseason than the sudden shift to start hyping up Notre Dame. Yeah, this is a buy for me. I mean, look, is the Notre Dame hate annoying? Yeah. I've been a Notre Dame fan for 20 years. I am just used to it at this point. For the team specifically, yes, I would rather that happen because we've seen this shift before. We've seen it with Colorado in 2023, and they hyped him up all season. And, you know, Deion's here, and he's bringing Travis Hunter, and he's bringing Shador over. And then the second that they did poorly, they tore him back down. We saw it with Arch Manning this past season. He's going to win the Heisman and go undefeated and win the Maxwell Award and win the national championship, get taken number 1 overall, and then he didn't, and then they tore him down for it. So I would much rather the hate keep rolling for Notre Dame, but neither one really bothers me all that much because I'm kind of just I read it every single offseason. Every single year I hear the same talking heads talking about how Notre Dame's overrated and they got to join a conference and they're not relevant, even though I haven't been relevant in years. And yeah, it is what it is. But that's where I'm ultimately at with that one.
It's kind of like the girl that finds out you've got money. And you know, you go to the gym every day. There's this girl there. She's, you know, all the guys try to talk to her. You say hi to her. She gets in your face. Like, I'm just trying to work out. Leave me. Like, I just said hi. Don't want to give you time of day. And then she finds out, like, oh, he owns that business and he's a millionaire. Hey, boo. You know what I mean? Like, and then what is she going to do? Right. So you don't have that money anymore. You decide, you know what? I'm going to give all my money to charity. What's she going to do? Peace out. And she's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what this is, right? Like, this is, you're loving on me because I can do something for you. You're loving on me because you're going to, you know, ride the Notre Dame love from ND fans who are just so desperate for someone not related to Notre Dame to say something good about you that they'll put video on my message board of some guy talking about how good CJ Carr is and show video clips and breakdowns that we've already done on our site. And I'm like, you guys know what this guy has said about Notre Dame in other shows and other segments where he's basically said F Notre Dame? Yeah, but this video is positive. They're so desperate to be loved. I found this. Notre Dame fans want to be loved. They want to be accepted. That's why every time somebody says something good about him, they're like, I got to listen to this guy. He said one nice thing about Notre Dame. And the first minute that there's a chance for them to tear you down or cheat on you or disrespect you, they're going to do it. Trevor's absolutely right. So I would much rather you own who you are and keep the Notre Dame hate going. And it's just going to make it that much sweeter when I can give you double-barreled middle fingers after Notre Dame wins a championship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A lot of people want Notre Dame to start the villain era, but also want Notre Dame to be loved. And I hate to break it to you, you can't do both. You just can't.
Yeah.
And so I would much rather do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This response right here from Dirty Mike. That's why I take dates to Denny's. I don't want them knowing I'm rich. That is awesome. That is
great.
very awesome. Yeah. That's great. That's great.
From D-Troll Hunter, buy sell hold, Duke winning would be the biggest win to regain control of college football in the past decade.
Yeah, he's referring to the Darian Mensah case. I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's true. I think if they can win legally, because what's killed the NCAA is they've just gotten destroyed by judicial activism, in my opinion. And like this whole thing with this Alabama basketball player, this was done because a judge in Tuscaloosa, who is a 6-figure donor to the University of Alabama, just decided with no basis whatsoever, yeah, this guy's eligible to play. Why? Because him being a Bama fan is more important than him following the rule of law or using common sense or just not being a first-class scumbag. And there's all types of different reasons why this happens. They keep getting crushed in court. And that's why they got to put some guardrails. Why? Because here's what happens. Dabo's so right about the whole thing going on with them as well. All these coaches in schools cry, we need guardrails. This is insane. We need guardrails. If this can't be dealt with, then nothing. And we need rules and we need this. And then the first time the NCAA goes then to that school and says, okay, cool, we're going to enforce the rules. You're going to have to not do this. Oh, hold on a second. Now our state attorney general suing you. We're going to take you to court. We're going to do this. And now we're going to make it worse because we wanted you to do that to everyone else. We didn't want you to do that to us. We wanted you to make sure everybody else followed the rules. We don't want to follow the rules. And that's what's going on. Is like this kid can go to court and get ruled eligible by a court, but guess what? No, coaches don't have to take him and they don't have to play him. So at the end of the day, people can blame the NCAA all they want, but the schools make up the NCAA. The presidents make up the NCAA. And if the Alabama president or AD cared at all about rules and guardrails, then they wouldn't have played that basketball player. If the Ole Miss AD, who got super in his feelings when Lane Kiffin left to go to LSU, and look, I'm not defending Lane Kiffin. I think Lane Kiffin's you know what I think of Lane Kiffin, Trev. But don't be a crybaby about tampering with your program when your head coach literally texts a guy, I know you're signed, but what's your buyout? While the kid is in class. Where's the AD there? Where are you now? Where's the Ole Miss president now? So that's what's so disgusting about this is they know, well, we want you to enforce rules on everybody else, not us. And they know that the minute they go to court, they're going to lose because it's now about public opinion. It's not even about rule of law anymore. And it's to the point where I'm literally having to defend the NCAA, an organization that I have hated for most of my life, going back to when I was a player. I'm like, wait a minute, why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do that? You know what I mean? Like, this is dumb. I've always hated the NCAA. And now it's like they're still the bad guys, but they're not the as bad guys anymore. They're now worse entities, like this guy representing Darian Mensah, this Darren Heitner guy. First-class scumbag. I mean, you're a lawyer, and let me calm down. Let me calm down. But until they stop losing in court, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Because now your only salvation is you now need the United States Congress to save you. If that's who you're looking for help, you are screwed. You're screwed. So, yeah, until we see judges start to properly apply the law, and sometimes that's going to mean ruling against the NCAA, rightfully so, and sometimes that's going to be ruling in favor of the NCAA, and rightfully so. But until that happens, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And they're just begging Congress to step in. And I'm like, you may not like that. You may not like what the result of that is going to be. Not many things get decided by Congress and they get better. Just saying.
Yeah, the things that have transpired in the last couple months in college football, I think, has done irreparable damage to the sport already, and something has to change because I think of it kind of like, those movies when people are like driving out into the desert and it's like no gas station for X amount of miles, and that, you have all these people that just consistently blow by those signs. It's kind of what I feel like the state of college football is right now. Now, there's still some good things happening and still some good things going on, but we are in some dangerous waters, I guess you could say, and it's not good for the sport.
No gasoline and a bridge is gone, and there's signs saying stop, 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 stop. Bridge is out. There's literally a cliff at the end of this road, and they're like, "How we got this? We got this." There you go.
Another one from D-Troll Hunter. Purdue will be the most improved team on Notre Dame's schedule. From a sheer number of wins increase, Notre Dame, without a doubt, has the best secondary in the nation. Oh, sorry. I think those were supposed to be.
Yeah, I didn't separate those. First one, I'm going to sell that because I don't know that they'll necessarily be the team that's most improved. I think there's a couple others. I'm still not sold on Purdue winning a lot more games. You look at Purdue's 2024 schedule, 2026 schedule. I mean, first of all, it's going to be harder because unlike a lot of schools in the Big Ten, they actually do play good teams out of conference. They got to play Wake and Notre Dame. Plus, they have to play at Iowa, at Indiana, at Illinois, at Penn State, and then they have home at UCLA, and then they have home games against Maryland, Minnesota, Washington, Wisconsin. That is not an easy schedule. So then I look at some of the other teams in the schedule, and I look at a team like Wisconsin, Trev, who was really bad last year. They were 4-8 last year. That's 2 more wins than what Purdue got, but like they've got Western Illinois and Eastern and Michigan outside of their league on top of Notre Dame. So that's an easier out of conference path. Their schedule's tough as well. At UCLA, at Purdue, at Penn State, at Maryland, at Iowa. Home against Michigan State, home against Minnesota, home against Rutgers, home against USC. And I look at what Wisconsin has coming in, and you say, okay, I think this team might have a shot to actually be better. I think Michigan State's a team that has a shot to be better. And then also there's Boston College. I don't think like Boston College was as bad as their record showed last year. I mean, they were 2-10 and they had some bad losses, Trev. But you watch them play and you're like, they were different than some of those other bad teams. I mean, you look at BC and there's games you're like, dude, this team stinks. They lost to Michigan State by 2 in overtime. They lost to Cal by 4. They lose to Notre Dame in a competitive game. They lose to Georgia Tech in a competitive game. And there were some games that got blown out. SMU blew them out. Louisville beat them decently. But that Louisville game, they lost by 14. They were down a touchdown and had the ball in the second half. I just felt like that team has an easier path to being good than some of the other teams that were bad. And so like I think Purdue was 2-10 because they had 2-10 talent. I don't think BC had 2. I think BC underachieved last year. And we'll see if they're able to kind of turn things around. But like they just strike me as a lot closer to being able to turn things around than maybe some of those other teams are. So I would probably go with Boston College and probably Wisconsin as my 2 favorites. And I also am not completely sleeping on North Carolina this year either. That's a team that I'm very curious to see how they kind of are able to do and what lessons does Bill Belichick be able to apply in his second year as a head coach.
Yeah, I'm selling this one as well. And right now my smart money is on Wisconsin. Now, I just did their way too early overview. It's actually coming out here in like a minute and a half. So I just know the roster a little bit better than Boston College's. But yes, they had a really, really strong portal cycle. They bring back some important pieces on offense and defense. So I'd probably go with them for now, but it wouldn't shock me if it was Boston College either. Yeah. I was thinking about Syracuse with Steve Angeli coming back. That schedule's nuts.
Yeah. Yep.
Like that is strictly the only reason because Steve Angeli comes back and that's kind of it.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
They did get some good players in the portal, but Trev, to your point, they've got to play Notre Dame, Boston College on the road, NC State on the road, North Carolina on the road, UConn on the road, Pitt on the road, Virginia on the road, and then their home games are Cal, Clemson, Louisville, and SMU. And Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's a brutal schedule for the old Orange.
Oh, yeah.
So.
And that's got to factor into some of these things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I'm looking at who was it? Was it Ole Miss? Like Ole Miss's starting receiving core will be Deuce Alexander and a couple Syracuse transfers. Because they got the Gill kid and they got Jonte Cook. You know, so like all the guys that Steve Angeli was throwing to early in the year, they're gone. You know, so it's the running back's gone. It's just the unfortunate reality of college football now. At a school like that, you almost suffer because you did well. Because now everybody's going to go try to raid your roster, and you can't afford to keep all those people.
Biso Hold.
The Notre Dame Biso Hold. Notre Dame, without a doubt, has the best secondary in the nation. I'll let you answer that one, Trev.
Yeah, this is a buy for me. I said this last year. I'm going to stay consistent with it, considering they return 4 of their premier starters. I don't want to discredit Nickel, saying that's not a premier starting position. It's just with the way that Notre Dame secondary operates, you bring back Leonard Moore, who is without a doubt the best cornerback in the country. You bring back Christian Gray, and you bring back what I believe to be is the best safety tandem in the country. I know I'm kind of getting the cart too far in front ahead of the horse here with D-Troll's next submission, but that's just how I view the secondary. But this entire room, it's not just a starting lineup. You have Dallas Golden. You have Mark Zachary, who has the ability to rotate in. You have Aiden Pouncey. You have Kari Adams. You have Joey O'Brien coming in. You have Ethan Long that's going to rotate in. Luke Talich is going to continue rotating in. So this is, without a doubt, a very easy buy. Notre Dame definitely has the best secondary in the country.
And then I'll let you answer the next one, Trev. Biso Hold, Notre Dame is the best returning safety combo in the nation specifically. It's a buy for me. I've already stated that case, and then you just kind of went into it as well.
Yeah. I definitely jumped the gun a little bit answering the first submission, but yes.
But it goes together, though. I mean, safety combo is part of why you think they have the best secondary in the country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another one from D-Troll Hunter. Biso Hold, Notre Dame has the best returning corner combo in the nation specifically. Also a buy.
That's a hold for me, simply because I'm uncertain of who's going to move where now that there's a change at the position coach spot. I also am not as sold on me knowing who all the cornerback tandems are. I've spent more time researching safeties. I also think that I would definitely take Notre Dame's duo right now, but there are some other groups that I like. Oregon brings back both of their corners. They were both very young last year. They're both, I think it was a true freshman and a redshirt freshman. They're going to be a lot better. Ohio State brings back Jermaine Matthews and Devin Sanchez. Like, they're going to have a very good secondary. So there's going to be some really good cornerback rooms. I would lean towards Notre Dame, but I want to do a little bit more research on some of the tandems coming back. I'll be surprised if anybody passes that for me, but that's kind of where I'm at on that one, Trev. I'll probably be a buy once I'm done going through all the depth charts and stuff, which is what we've been doing yesterday and today as we get ready for tomorrow's show.
Right on. And then another one from D-Troll Hunter. Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr is your Heisman favorite.
I'd buy that.
Yeah.
I'd buy that. I think Notre Dame's the best team in the country. I think they're going to win all their games. I think he's going to put up very good numbers. And I think that the bandwagon is going to be rolling in full form for Notre Dame next year. I think a lot of these people that and I'm not talking about the people who make their living appealing to the SEC crowd. They're never going to give Notre Dame their due. But I'm talking about the other people that are basically just kind of going with whatever's going to make them money. Right? Like that like Joel Klatt's going to jump on whatever bandwagon is going to get him clicks and views. I mean, I've seen him jump from statement to statement that are complete polar 180s in like 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the wildest thing. A lot of those people are going to be, yeah.
I'm with you. I am falling in line with what our friends over at FanDuel think, and CJ Carr is also my Heisman favorite to win. He's still tied in the best odds to win with Arch Manning right now. It basically changes every other day, but yeah.
And I won't be shocked if those are the two top contenders. I mean, look, We're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but Arch Manning's supporting cast next year is going to be nasty. I mean, nasty. So, and I do think Texas is going to be good next year, which we'll discuss more tomorrow. Still have some reservations, but they're off. I should rephrase. Their team should be pretty good, but I think their offense is going to be very good next year.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be able to put some points on the board, that's for sure.
Yep.
Then by so hold, a team not named Indiana or Ohio State wins the Big Ten title.
Oh, boy. I'm going to sell because I have some questions about Oregon's offensive line. They basically are kind of redoing their offensive line, and they missed on some big portal candidates. That's why I'm going to sell. But I don't sell with great conviction because I think Oregon absolutely has a chance to win that. I mean, Oregon, you can't say, well, that someone's other than them's got to prove to me. Well, Oregon won the Big Ten championship a year ago. Like, they're more than capable, but I think they've got a great quarterback. Their backfield's going to be very good. They bring back their entire starting defensive line. They did lose a lot of depth, but it's easier to replace depth in the portal than it is to replace starters. Their secondary brings back a lot of talent. They lost Dylan Theineman, but added Coy Perch, which I think might actually be an upgrade. They lost that linebacker that's a really good player. But the fact that they were having to replace both tackles and a guard, and they're replacing with a guy from Yale and a kid who hasn't played a whole lot, is a little bit concerning for me. But so I'm gonna sell it, but I don't sell a conviction because I could absolutely see Oregon winning the Big Ten again next season. But for now, I'm gonna sell that for now. But like I said, Detroit Hunter, I'm not selling this with a great deal of like, oh, Oregon's overrated. No, I don't think they are. I think they're very good. But I think Indiana also is going to be very good next year. I think Ohio State has a shot to be very good, although I would argue that Ohio State has more question marks than anybody else. The other thing about Ohio State that is why I'm kind of leaning towards Indiana more so than Ohio State is I think Indiana's path is going to be a lot easier than Ohio State's. They don't have to play Oregon. And Indiana gets Ohio State and USC at home. Their road games next year are at Washington, at Rutgers, at Nebraska, and at Michigan. Whereas Ohio State next year has to play at Indiana, at Iowa, at Nebraska, at USC, and they get Michigan and Oregon at home in the regular season. I think that's going to be a little bit of a tougher deal. And then Oregon's schedule is also challenging in conference, but not nearly as challenging as Ohio State's. They get at Illinois, at Michigan State, at USC, which will be tough, at Ohio State, which will be tough. Then they're home against Washington State, UCLA, Northwestern, Nebraska, and Michigan. So I would say, once again, Indiana probably has also the easiest path to getting to the Big Ten title game next season as well. So I'm going to sell it for now, but I think those are the three best teams in the league by quite a bit.
Yeah. This is a buy for me. I agree that these are the three best teams and that we're talking about. But I looked at all three, obviously, because we're doing the way too early tomorrow, which I'm very excited for. And Indiana definitely has an easier schedule, but they have arguably the most attrition to have to deal with. And I'll be very curious to see how Curt Cignetti and his staff handle that. Now, that is not me saying that they won't be able to, but I'll be very curious to see how they handle that. Love Dante Moore coming back for Oregon. I think their offensive weapons are going to be nuts. I know a lot of conversation goes to Ohio State's receiving core. I get it. Jeremiah Smith comes back. Chris Henry's coming in. Brandon Ennis returns. But that Oregon receiving core with Dante Moore going into year 2 as a starter up in Eugene is going to be nice.
Yeah. I mean, they get – DeCorian Moore is going to be a sophomore now. You're going to get Evan Stewart back. Jeremiah McClellan had a nice breakout season. You get Iverson Hooks transferring in from East Carolina, who's a really good slot player.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're still pretty – and their running back – their backfield next year is going to be really good because the 2 young kids are now going to be veterans in Jordan Davidson. And then what's the other kid's name? I always forget his name. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. Give me a second. I'm going to look it up. But he was a stud last year. His last name is something Jr. Give me a second. He was a freshman this year. De'Aaron Hill Jr., who is on 75 carries last year, averaged 8.8 yards per carry. Jordan Davidson's coming back. He had, as a freshman, redshirt freshman. Actually, was he a true freshman last year? Redshirt freshman last year. true freshman, I think. He had 15 touchdowns and averaged 5.9 yards per carry. Those are the two guys you got coming back. You're pretty good there. Like they're loaded skill wise. It's the O-line is the question mark for me. And can Dan Lanning, win some of those bigger games? And they have more of those in the regular season. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Somebody in the chat said Iowa State wins the Big 12. This is great. And somebody in the chat said wrong conference. I think what he was saying there was Penn State, basically. Because Penn State has like 40 transfers and like 90% of them are Iowa State kids.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously a big chunk of the staff. So I think that was sarcasm, I believe. But I could be wrong. That's very, very, very true. But if that's true, they're not winning it because they couldn't even win the Big 12.
Correct. From D-Troll Hunter, it was too soon for Colin Klein to return to K-State. This would be like if Notre Dame pivoted to Tommy Rees after Brian Kelly left.
I buy that it was too soon. I sell that that's the example. I think it's more about if Marcus Freeman leaves after this year and they turn to Tommy Rees now. I mean, Colin Klein's going to have more experience, in my opinion, than what Tommy Rees would have had back in 2021. He'd have been a 2-year coordinator. Colin Klein's been much more successful than that. But I would say it'd be more about that would be like Marcus Freeman leaves after 2026 and Notre Dame hires Tommy Rees now. That would be more of where I'd be. I like the move, but I just think it was too soon. But at the same time, I buy that it was too soon, but I also think it was the right decision because if you feel he's your future head coach, your head coach just retired. They didn't force Chris Kleiman out to bring in Colin Klein. He retired. He just didn't want to be part of this craziness anymore. And if you felt that Colin Klein was your future, then you just kind of got to suck it up a little bit and say, yeah, this wasn't the ideal timing, but this is still who we want to lead our program. And you just have to say, hey, we're going to have to take some early lumps as he gets used to this thing, just like Marcus Freeman Notre Dame had to take some early lumps with Marcus Freeman. If you think it's worth it in the long run, then you make the move too soon and go with it. Because if you wait a couple more years, Colin Klein might be the head coach of the school that you're not getting him away from. You know what I mean? So I think it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is a little outside of the box for me, but I'm actually going to sell this. I think for a school like Kansas State, I think this is a great hire because, look, Kansas State to me is an upper middle tier program, one that I don't think is on the same level of Notre Dame, and that the expectation is you compete for national titles year in and year out. A school like a Kansas State can afford to have some of the little bit more lumps than, say, what a Notre Dame could. Programs like Notre Dame and Ohio State and Bama and Georgia and Texas and schools like that, you're expected to be in the title hunt every year. I don't think that Kansas State has that expectation of like, all right, well, if you're not competing for a national championship every single year, then what are we doing here? I like the hire because I see the road to, hey, like here in 3 seasons, once you get your recruiting classes and you get your feet wet a little bit being a head coach, start talking about being contenders for the Big 12, getting a bid into the playoffs, setting up yourself for success to go on a run. So this one's actually a sell for me because of the school that he's going to. So I like the hire. I do. And then buy, sell, hold. Brian Kelly will.
I do want to. Do you think in a perfect world would this have been the offseason for that move to be made? That would be my question for you.
If you glitch, if what in the offseason? Sorry.
If in a perfect world, like I love the Colin Klein back to K-State thing. These don't often work out. Sometimes they do. A lot of times they don't. I think we both agree that him going back to K-State is awesome. Do you think that now is the ideal time? If you could design it how you want to design it, if you're K-State and Colin Klein, would this be the time?
For me, I still say yes. I mean, because I don't know what you would be waiting for necessarily. I mean, at some point, everybody needs the opportunity.
A little more seasoning. Like if you could say in a perfect world, he stays at A&M for 2 more years as the OC, then Kleiman retires, and now he's got a little bit more seasoning. That would be kind of my comment. But like I said, the danger is then he gets a head coaching job somewhere else that you're not going to be able to flip him from. So that's what I'm saying. I think ideally I'd like him to have a little bit more seasoning. But I also don't think that if you think he's your guy, that you could pass on him now that Chris Kleiman left. So we're agreement there. My comment was more about, would you have preferred it to be a year or two down the road? And that was my whole point. It's like, I always said, I think Tommy Reese has got a shot to be a great offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, but felt he was hired too early. I would have liked to have had a couple seasons of grooming under Todd Monken or Joe Moorhead first, then turn it over to him at 30 instead of 27. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That was kind of my thing. Or do you think, like, no, now is the right time to make that move?
I think it's the right time now. I mean, let him get his feet wet at his alma mater, because to your point, like, my fear would be, okay, let him get 2 more years of seasoning in the SEC. He's going to get snatched by an SEC job. Like that's where my mind immediately went to that. So that's how I look at it. Because of where K-State is at as a program, they have a little bit more leeway to say, hey, like, we don't have to go 11-1 next year with Colin Klein. Whereas if Marcus Freeman leaves in 2020, after 2026, playing out this hypothetical, I'm sure a lot of Notre Dame fans won't be like, yeah, we're cool with 8-4. It's year 1. You know what I mean? So that's how I view the differences in programs. But that's, yes, in an absolute perfect world, Colin Klein has 2 more years of experience, or he was, a lower level head coach somewhere to understand how that operation works, and then he goes back to K-State. But for this situation, for what it is, I think this was the absolute right hire for them, for it to be now.
So we are on the same page. You even said, like, yeah, it'd be nice for him to have a little bit more seasoning, but okay, I think we're on the same page. I think we're saying the same thing. You had to make this move if you think he's your guy.
Yeah, like that's why I don't think it's too soon, because you wait any longer, he's going to be gone.
Yeah, you just need to be willing, if there are some early bumps in the road, you've got to be willing to go with those and support him through those.
The buy, sell, hold, Brian Kelly will coach again in 2027 in a P5 conference.
I'm going to hope sell that one. I don't want him. I can't wait till the day that we're no longer having to watch him ruin another program and have kids lose their opportunity, their one chance at being college football players, get ruined because they had to play for him. So I'm going to hope sell that one.
I am unfortunately going to buy this one. Just because it's a P5 conference doesn't necessarily mean, and I know you're not saying this, but doesn't mean that he's going to go to Georgia or Notre Dame. Well, obviously not Notre Dame, but Georgia or Texas, but could I see him going to a middle to low level P4, P5 school? Yeah, I could. If they offer him enough money, I definitely could.
And that school would be stupid.
Oh, agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Agree. Definitely don't think it would be a smart hire, but I do think he will get hired again. I do. And buy, sell, hold, Eric Morris to Oklahoma State is your favorite G5 to P5 hire and fit this cycle.
Sell. He's one of, but I still am not 1,000% sold on Eric Morris. He has been a head coach for 7 seasons, and he's had a winning record in 3 of those 7 seasons. Now, every place he's been, they've gotten better on his way out. He started at Incarnate Word. They went 6-5, 3-7, 3-3 during COVID, and then 10-3 his last year. Goes to North Texas. They go 5-7, 6-7 before going 11-2 this past season. Like, those are nice things, but like, he inherited a team that was 7-7. It's not like they were terrible. And so I think the fit, I think he was the perfect hire for Oklahoma State. They had to go that route. Like, to win there, you've got to have a gimmicky offense, and he's got a gimmicky offense. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. I mean that in a complimentary manner. It's very unique. It's very difficult to prepare for. But I don't know that it's my favorite one yet. You could argue, however, that the fit is the best as far as like what that program needs, but it's not my favorite. I still say, honestly, I'm torn between 2 of them. I'm torn between Sumrall and Golesh. I think those were both very strong hires. And a part of me, if I had more, I think Golesh is got to prove a lot more to me as a recruiter. Not that he can or can't, just I need to see it more than I think that John Sumrall has to show me as a recruiter. But there's a lot of things about Alex Golesh that I like. And I think it's those two. And if I had to pick one, I'd probably go with Alex Golesh. Probably is where I would go. I think that was a great fit as well. His system, like think about when Oregon's been or Auburn's been good in the last 30, 40 years. Like every time they got a mobile quarterback. Almost every time, I should say. Nick Marshall in 2013. You're thinking of even the Bo Nix. They had some success with Bo. Had some big wins at Bo. Beat Oregon. You think of Cam Williams or Cam Newton, excuse me. I just think that's the ideal way to go at a place like Auburn. So I like that one as well. I do. I really do.
Yeah,
and getting Byron Brown to be his quarterback was huge.
Yeah, it's a great fit. Those are definitely my top three, and I wouldn't debate you on if you went Eric Morris, Summerall, or Alex Golesh.
You got to pick one, Trev. Who is your pick?
Probably Summerall at Florida.
Okay.
Would probably be mine. I'm a big fan of that. So I guess in general, for the submission, I would sell that Eric Morris is my favorite, but I'll be very interested to see what the North Texas kids that followed him to Oklahoma State will do in that new system. So very curious to see what they do with that new level. Excuse me. 13 Reasons Why. Buy, sell, hold. Best movie cowboy. Audie Murphy, John Wayne, or Clint Eastwood.
This is going to be terrible. I don't even know who Audie Murphy is.
Oh, thank goodness. And neither do I. And I was waiting to hear the you young whippersnapper.
Yeah. Like, how do you not know? This is before my time, bro. I ain't that old. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now, he was an actual war veteran, like a war hero, like seriously was.
Dang.
But yeah, he starred in several movies. To Hell and Back was a World War II movie. It's been in some other Westerns I have never heard of. So, yeah. Of those three, I'm buying Clint Eastwood, I'm buying John Wayne. My dad was about to disown me. Sorry, Dad. I'm buying John Wayne. I'm holding Clint Eastwood, and I'm selling Audie Murphy. The problem, and that's because I don't know Audie Murphy. My issue with Clint Eastwood is the same dude in every movie, whether he's in a Western or he's a baseball scout. He's the same dude. You know what I mean? Like Gran Torino, or excuse me, Trouble at the Curve is basically the dude from Gran Torino survived the shooting and became a baseball scout for the Braves.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's basically what that movie. And I loved Trouble at the Curve. It's just like he is what he is as a actor, and it doesn't matter where it's an old Western or if it's when he's 30. I mean, Dirty Harry is basically the cop version of the baseball scout from Trouble at the Curve, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Like, but John Wayne didn't exactly have a lot of depth to his characters as well. You know what I mean? So like, it's my favorite Western of all time starred Gene Wilder. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it was Blazing Saddles, but yeah. So I did see that Audie Murphy's a war hero, but I'm not familiar with any of his movies.
Yeah, with
just Dirty Harry became a drug mule. Exactly, man. Exactly. And then went and became a baseball scout after that. Like yes, he's the same guy. Same guy. Yeah.
This is probably going to catch me a lot of heat. I can't answer this. I know of the movies that John Wayne and Clint Eastwood have been in, but I haven't sat down and watched any of them to say who the best one is. So I just legit can't answer it.
Yeah.
So I guess hold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Buy, sell, hold from IN Irish. Notre Dame will have a freshman returning kicks and punts this year.
Possible. I'm not ready to go there yet, but it's possible. I'll buy that it's possible. I don't know about punt returns. I would still probably have Faison back there. Kick returns, I think there's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a possibility you could see Javian Osborne or Jonas Walton or Bubba Frazier, Braden Robinson, a guy like that back there. Yeah, I'll buy it as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you said kicks and punts, it's a sell. I think that job's going to Jordan Faison.
Yeah. And I would imagine there's a chance Jordan Faison even plays less on offense next year than he did this past year, which means you don't have to save him on special teams.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
From older than dirt, buy, sell, hold, Wisconsin and Michigan State will be considered possible Big 18 turnaround teams during August. Then they will get blasted by Notre Dame and drop like a rock in a murky pond. Then in the actual Big Old 10, they will be turnaround teams as both finish at least 6-6 or 4-5 or better in their hideout conference for 2026.
I'm going to sell overall. I don't know that they're going to be getting a lot of hype. Like, I think the opposite is true. I don't think they will give them hype until after the Notre Dame game. I don't think they're going to spend all offseason hyping up Wisconsin, because then if Notre Dame pounds them, which they know is probably going to happen, then it's like, okay, well, how do we spend this one? You wait till they start winning some games, and then you say, well, look how much better they are, and that's used as an attempt to take away what Notre Dame did to them. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sell for me as well. I said this a couple weeks ago. I think the turnaround team that all Big Ten talking heads are going to hitch their wagon to is USC. I've already seen them ranked relatively high in way too early top 25s, and I could absolutely see that. They got Notre Dame off their schedule, which now it's playoffs or bust, and so
yeah, USC and Michigan will get all that hype.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
From BJam and 41, buy, sell, hold, most annoying college football talking head: Cam Newton, Paul Feinbaum, Stephen A. Smith.
Buy. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not holding or selling any of those. I'm buying all of them as annoying.
I will.
I buy that is the list of most annoying people. Yes.
Let's see. I'm going to eliminate Stephen A. Smith from this. Not that he's not annoying. It's just I don't think he's a college football talking head. I don't consider him a college football team. He's just a sports.
Well, ESPN tries to turn him into one, but yes, you are correct. He should not be talking football.
So
same guy that said Dwayne Haskins was a mobile quarterback.
Yeah. I'll probably, out of all of this list, I'll buy Paul Feinbaum. I think Cam Newton's just silly. Like, I think his whole get up is silly. Like, I mean, you got somebody talking about a team being irrelevant. I won't even get into that. I'll just leave it at I'll just buy Paul Feinbaum. That's where I'm at. And then the most level-headed college football talking head: Greg McElroy, David Pollock, or Kirk Herbstreit.
I will buy David Pollock. I will hold Greg McElroy and sell Kirk Herbstreit. The reason I'm selling Kirk Herbstreit is because I don't think he's level-headed. I just think he plays the game. He likes to be liked by everyone, and he's going to say things that like don't actually take a strong stance in order to like not offend anyone, except when he's jumping on the bandwagon of what everybody else, where he won't take heat for it. So I don't think that's level-headed. I just think that's unwilling to get into the fray, which honestly, for his job, I don't think he needs to get into the fray. He's a play-by-play guy. He's a host of College Football Game Day. I don't need him to be some bastion of analysis, because he's not. The reason I bought David Pollock, and I actually disagree with David Pollock more than I disagree with Greg McElroy. But what Greg McElroy showed me this year is that he cannot be honest about his alma mater. And he has trouble accepting that the SEC is not what it was when he played there. Like, I should be over it, but I'm still holding on to the conversation that he and I had on his show. When I have respected him and said I respected him so much over the years because of how fair he is, but when it came down to where it was about his alma mater, he just completely went away from everything that's made him, in my opinion, one of my favorite analysts in college football up to that point. When he told me that my credibility was taking a hit because I thought Navy's better than Auburn, who sucks, that defense of Alabama was so the opposite of level-headed. And that was incredibly disappointing from someone who I have, up to that point in time, had a great deal of respect for. So it's a little bit personal for me. You know what I mean? So, but that's why I would buy David Pollock. But other than that, when he's not talking about Bama, Greg McElroy is outstanding. That's my 2 cents.
No, that's fair. I mean, for a lot of those reasons, I'm buying David Pollock, I'm holding Kirk Herbstreit, and I'm selling Greg McElroy. To your point, the opposite of level-headed is you're great until somebody talks about something you have a bias towards, and then all level-headedness goes out the window. I'll give Kirk Herbstreit credit. I mean, he calls Ohio State. He's called Ohio State games before in the past and isn't what McElroy is to Alabama. So I listen to Kirk Herbstreit call games. I don't have a problem with what he says, like during broadcasts. Some of the filler conversation gets annoying between him and Chris Fowler. I have more of a beef with Chris Fowler than I do with Kirk Herbstreit, but
oh yes, he's terrible.
Yeah, I'm going by David Pollock, hold Kirk Herbstreit, sell Greg McElroy, just because Kirk Herbstreit doesn't have that outlying bias to one specific team.
Mm-hmm.
From BJM and 41, running back. Great vision, but doesn't have quick feet. Powerful runner, but not fast. And breakaway speed, but doesn't have great vision. Buy one, sell one, hold
one. Of those, I'm selling the one without great vision. Like, that is an absolute must for me. I would take the power runner that's not fast. I would buy, and I would hold the great vision, but doesn't have quick feet. I really don't like slow-footed running backs unless they're going to be powerful. So even if I assume that the second one is slow-footed, that's still, I mean, that's Audric Estime to me. You know what I mean? Where the top guy is like Jameer Smith. So, and then just not having great vision, I can't have that one. Yeah.
And with that, then buy, sell, hold. College football should adopt the following NFL rules: both feet down for a catch, the illegal contact rule, the Mel Blount rule, and then interference penalty spot on the foul.
I'm actually looking up what the Mel Blount rule is. Is that just the 5 yards?
Yeah.
The bump and run rule? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have to pick one. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go illegal contact. I guess I don't know that I like that. No. Yeah, honestly, BJM, I don't like any of those. I don't like any of those rules in college football. Yeah. What is that? I mean, what's the illegal contact rule? It says limited contact. The new limited contact with beyond 5 yards from line of scrimmage. So basically, you can have contact within 5 yards, but once you get 5 yards, you can't keep like jamming a guy in the chest. Basically, okay, I'd buy that one. Yeah, I'd hold the both feet down and I'd sell the interference.
Yep.
I do not like the interference penalty being that damaging for college athletes.
Yep.
Because you also have to understand there's a level of technical proficiency that players won't have in college that they are expected to have in the National Football League. And you're making penalties for that lack of proficiency, technical proficiency, to be far more damaging than what they are. So no, I definitely do not agree with that. And there's no counterpart offensive penalty. Like, you can get a 15-yard penalty as a defensive personal foul. There's a counterpart on the offensive side of the ball that's a 15-yard penalty. Where's the 50-yard penalty on the offense? That's what I'm saying. There's no counter to that, so I can't go with it. That's one of the things I hate about that rule. I like the rule where it is. Now, I'm glad that college football changed the pass interference rule, because remember back in the day, Trev, it used to be it was 15 yards. If you committed pass interference at 7 yards, it was 15 yards. I think that now it's spot of the foul up to 15 yards. That's definitely not a rule that they should change.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. The only one that I think that's worth buying is the illegal contact rule. Definitely wouldn't hate that, because those are before the pass is thrown, because if it's after the pass is thrown, it's just pass interference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the both feet down rule.
Yeah,
I don't. So,
yep. If there was a rule that I would adopt from the National Football League, the one that I would consider is what means being down in college football. If you slip and fall and there's nobody near you, I'm okay if that wasn't mean the play was dead. That's probably the first NFL rule that I would say that is something I would adopt. Guy dives for a ball, nobody touches him, he can get up and run. That would be one that I would adopt.
Yeah, I like that. I would adopt that one too. Outside of that, nothing really comes to mind, honestly. Getting into part two of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got B jamming, keeping us going here. Buy, sell, hold. The NFL should adopt the following college football rules: college overtime, down with contact, targeting rule.
Well, we kind of addressed that one in the previous one, but the NFL should adopt. Of these, I'm buying college overtime. I would much rather do that than any of the other two. I don't think the NFL should adopt either one of those rules. The targeting rule is absolute garbage. And I don't think the down without contact rule is it's not a bad rule. I get it. It's always been that way. I'm totally fine with it, but I prefer the NFL rule. Like, you know what I mean, Trav? Like, you can think one rule is better, but not be like, but the college rule sucks. You know what I mean? Like, no, I think they're both fine rules. And I'm someone who doesn't want to adopt all these NFL rules in college and all these college rules in the NFL. I want them to be two different games.
Yeah.
It's just I don't like the current version of college football. I mean, college football's never been like the NFL. And I would argue it's closer to the NFL now than it ever has been. And I don't necessarily like that. So I would buy college overtime. And even then I'm like, I think college overtime should be altered as well. I think college overtime should be, there's no 2-point conversion mess. I think it should start from the 40.
The NFL changed their overtime rule, so it's no longer just sudden death.
Yeah,
so I actually like the NFL's overtime now more than I like college. Like, I don't like starting on your 25.
Yeah.
I don't like. I think there has to be some level of earning getting into field goal range. I mean, if you get a turnover in college overtime, the game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're on the 25-yard line if you have just any sort of field goal kicker worth of salt.
I mean, for most teams other than Notre Dame.
Facts. Yeah, that's facts. But I like, that's what kind of makes it hard, because now that the NFL has changed their overtime rule, I don't want them to adopt college. Like, of the three, I would that'd be the one that I would buy, I guess. But now that the NFL changed it, I prefer that a lot more, honestly.
I would rather them go back to the 40. I've said that a million times. I'll say it again. I think the problem with college rule, the reason they have so many long games, is because of the fact that you start with the ball in field goal territory. Like, not even really hard field goal territory. So now what they could say is, you can't attempt a field goal unless you've gotten a first down. Like, that's something that I've thought about. You got to get at least one first down before. It can be by penalty before you're eligible to kick a field goal. Otherwise, you got to go for a fourth down. But I would say move it back. Hell, move it back. That's where I'm at. But again, I want them to have different rules. I don't want the NFL rule to be like the college rule.
Sure.
And vice versa. I want them to be different. I just think the current version of the college rule sucks. And they did it because of one long game.
Yeah.
Which was an anomaly.
That A&M LSU game, that game was nuts.
Yeah.
That game was crazy.
And I'm not actually opposed to making them go for two. Like, I would say start doing that after the first one and then just keep doing that. Like, this whole rotating 2-point conversions is stupid. You know, like, after the first touchdown in overtime or after the first possession in overtime, if you score a touchdown, you got to go for two.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, points-wise, it was different, but obviously the 2-point conversion battle thing didn't shorten the game between Georgia and Georgia Tech a couple years ago. Just, yeah, I get you. Got a food one in here. Buy, sell, hold. Egg rolls, lo mein, sweet and sour chicken.
And not because you're Asian, but because I don't like any of these. That's why I want you to speak first.
You don't like any of these?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Plus, an egg roll almost killed my wife. But other than that, you know.
Wow.
Yeah. I'll tell you the story while you're thinking about it. We were on a cruise a while ago. When we were early in our marriage. And it was, you go to dinner on a cruise and it's like a different meal every night. It was one of those ones where it's like a different meal every night. And this one was, they were serving Chinese food. And so egg rolls are one of the options. And my wife goes, okay, I'll make sure there's no mushrooms in here, because sometimes they put mushrooms in egg rolls. Sometimes, because my wife is like deathly allergic to mushrooms. And so the guy's like, he's like, no mushrooms, no mushrooms. And so we're like, cool. So my wife gets halfway through one and she pulls it back, and there's this mushroom that falls out of it. And immediately he's like breaking out hives. And the guy comes over, and I'm like going off on him. Like, you said, he goes, no, 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 it's okay. These are Chinese mushrooms. Yep. So this moron thought that it'd be okay somehow for my wife to have Chinese mushrooms. She just couldn't eat American mushrooms because, those won't kill her. So yeah, we spent that night in the infirmary. And had she not seen the one fall out, like, who knows how much of that she would have eaten. But yeah, immediately, like, hives, throat swells up. Like, yeah. Like, she has mushrooms. We got to get her to the hospital. Sucks. Yeah, Chinese freaking mushrooms. Like, somehow that's not going to have the same effect. Yeah, a fungus is different in China than it is in America, apparently.
Well, per these, I'll probably buy sweet and sour chicken, hold lo mein, sell egg rolls. I love all three, but I would rather have a bowl of lo mein or an entire bowl of sweet and sour chicken, not a bowl of egg rolls. It's a side. So that's probably how I would go about it.
That's well done. Very well done. Yeah.
Another one from IN. I'm assuming that's Indiana Irish. Probably should stop calling you IN Irish. Buy, sell, hold, past Notre Dame defensive coordinators, Barry Alvarez, Bob Diaco, Al Golden.
I mean, that's super easy. It's buy Alvarez, hold Al Golden, sell Diaco. Yep. And Diaco did some great things at Notre Dame, but it's just Al Golden's was just even more dominant. So they were all three very good defensive coordinators, which is what makes questions like this make sense. Like, when I first read it, I thought it was Bob Davie. And I was like, dude, what kind of question is this? And I was like, wait, no, Bob Diaco. And it always gets me. Bob Davie, Bob Diaco always gets me. But I'm reversing Al Golden, and that's my order. I mean, look, Barry Alvarez is only the coordinator for 2 years, but he won a title in those 2 years.
Yeah. So. I was about to say that's a separator. Only one of these won the Natty. Give me Barry Alvarez as the buy. And then I'm selling Bob Diaco too, just his defense. He wasn't able to adjust with modern college football, which was a big thing for him. And Al Golden's defense was, I mean, you could argue too modern in that he didn't really put too much emphasis on stopping the run. You blend Al Golden and Bob Diaco, and you have an absolutely filthy defense. But that's the order I'm into.
Yep. Yeah, the schedule was built perfectly for Bob Diaco back then.
Yep. Another one from Indiana Irish. Buy, one, sell one, hold one. Future scheduled games to be played, not canceled or backed out of. 2028, 2029 Notre Dame versus Texas. 29, 2030 Notre Dame versus Bama. And 2030, 2031 Notre Dame versus Indiana.
I mean, that's super hard to tell, because right now the reason I would pick Bama is because that's one team that Notre Dame just hasn't been able to beat recently. Along with Ohio State. Like, they've beaten Indiana. They've beaten Texas recently. They've beaten Georgia. They've beaten Penn State. They've beaten everybody that they've had to play except for Bama and Ohio State. But I don't know how good Bama's going to be then. And if I had to guess, I would imagine that Texas will probably be the better program by then, based on where things are going right now. So I'll buy Texas, I'll hold Alabama, and I'll sell Indiana, because and that's Kurt Cignetti's 62 years old. I mean, they might still be good then, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I have the same order. Sometimes I also think of it like, if they're also home and home, just thinking of cool environments to see Notre Dame play in. I could care less to watch them play in Bloomington. I said what I said. I'm sorry for people that don't like that answer, but
it would be a lot easier trip for you, though.
It would be. Yeah, it would be a much easier trip. That is absolutely for sure. But watching them play in Bryant-Denny Stadium would be sick.
It was very cool watching them play in Darrell K. Royal Stadium.
Oh, I bet.
Was. And the food there was awesome. Like, we stopped at one of those little ones. It looks like this like big giant smoker, and then this little like portable building is the main, you know what I mean? Where the food came, you ate them on benches. And It was just like, oh my gosh, it was so good. But that was cool experience. I've already seen that one though. So for me, it's going to like Bryant Denny, I've never been to. So if it's about where I want to watch a game, then I'm in your order. But I would rather play the team that I think is going to be better. And I think there's a better chance that Texas is going to be good than Alabama.
Oh, sure.
Here's a good one that just popped up. Here's a good super chat that just popped up. This is great.
Super chat from Pete Weber. Buy so hold Madden NFL Blitz Tecmo Bowl. IB for life.
Okay, so I'm going to count Tecmo Bowl as also Super Tecmo Bowl, the second one that came out, which I thought was even better. But I'm going to go with the Tecmo Bowls just because I tend to go with things that are more nostalgic for me, and Tecmo Bowl is more nostalgic for me. NFL Blitz, I'll hold. I'll sell Madden. I was never a big Madden fan. Honestly, the only times I ever bought Madden was so I can import my college players into it. So I've always enjoyed the college games a little bit better. So I'll go in that regard. Tecmo Bowl was the truth for people my age.
Yeah, I'm going to buy NFL Blitz, hold Madden, sell Tecmo Bowl because I don't know what that is. But I would sell
your
all
generation
of them.
is severely. It's sad that you guys didn't get to experience the true growth from what technology used to be to now. You know what I mean? Just it was very. It's one of those nostalgic things, Trev. It's like something that you watch as a kid. It's like a cartoon that you watch as a kid. You're 40 now, but like you still have that love for that cartoon. Like you remember how I reacted when I saw they were making a He-Man movie?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna guess it was probably not the same reaction you had when you found out they were making a He-Man movie. You know what I'm saying? But it's like that's what I grew up on. I grew up. My mom every morning when we were kids would get up at like 5 something in the morning to she'd have to put a VHS recorder in. This is back when those were real new, like they had just came out. And she got it from Curtis Mathis. I remember this, the Curtis Mathis VCR. And she would tape Froggy's Pad every morning. And it was like Transformers, Thundercats. And they changed over time because remember, they weren't all like overlapping, but like G.I. Joe. I remember GoBots was on there for a while. It would have My Little Pony for my sister. She-Ra, my sister would watch, but she would tape these every morning. She'd get up at 5 in the morning to tape those so me and my sister could watch them before school. Or when we got home from school, depending on how long it took us to get out of bed in the morning. But yeah. So anyway, those are very nostalgic for me, for sure. But yeah, like if somebody ever wanted to get me like the perfect birthday or Christmas present, it would be some console that allowed me to play all the old Nintendo games. I could play Punch Out, play Tecmo Bowl, I could play Contra, I could play Zelda, Legend of Zelda, I could play RBI Baseball. This is how it was, Trev. So me and my dad, there was a game we played, and I think it was the Superstars of Baseball, I think is what it was called. I forget what it was called. But the teams had like one team had like Babe Ruth on it. It was like, and then there's a team of like ninjas, and then a team of like all girls, and it was like, all something like that. I forget what it's called. All-Stars, Baseball All-Stars maybe is what it was called. And but back then you had no way to save it. So when my dad and I would start a season and we're building up the stats, you'd have to leave the game on overnight to come back and play it the next day. But then you don't know. You'd come back the next day and it's blinking and you're like, no, it's and it's going to reset it all. It was the worst. It was the worst. So yeah, it was a much simpler time. I do kind of miss those days, but yeah, Tecmo Bowl was like me and my buddy Jacob King. We would literally, I'd spend the night at his house and we'd play Super Tecmo Bowl until the sun came up. And then when we hear his mom or dad coming downstairs, we'd have to quickly turn the TV off and pretend like we were sleeping, even though we were probably just yelling 5 minutes before. We would literally play until the sun came up. But you had to because you couldn't save the game. Right. So if you wanted to finish the season, you had to kind of play all night. So there you go.
No, that makes sense. I got a lot of my vintage video game taste from my dad, and he was not a sports video game guy. So I didn't play a lot. I played like Zelda, Super Mario, all that stuff. I honestly didn't start getting into sports games until I started hanging out with friends. And then that's when I started playing a lot of them. So, yeah.
Dig it. Let me take down that super chat real quick.
Another one from Indiana Irish. We have heard the last of the irreversible damage caused in Notre Dame's relationship with the ACC, and nothing will come of it.
Sadly, I'm at a bye with that. I got to be until proven otherwise.
I'm with
Sadly.
that. I'm with that. Then buy, sell, hold. Miami and SMU will have bye weeks before their trips to South Bend in November.
We'll find out tonight. Actually, let me see here. Let's see what Miami's 2026 schedule is. Because I mean, 3 or 4 of their games are already decided. I would imagine that's going to be the case, but I think the ACC schedules come out tonight. So, yeah, I'll buy that as a strong possibility.
Yeah.
Yep. Bring it.
Buy, sell, hold from Black Irish 864, a.k.a. our guy Christopher Galloway. Notre Dame is one of a few so-called football schools that actually care about student athletes' future after sports.
Sadly, that's true. Sadly, that's a buy. They're not the only one, but they are one of a few, sadly.
Yeah.
Very sadly. We did have another super chat from Noop Life 007. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the super chat. Better defensive line coach, Elston or Washington, or who had the better impact?
You know, I don't know that it's even fair for me to pick between the two because they were in very different situations. You know, I mean, Mike Elston, I thought I was not as high on Mike Elston early in his tenure, and then he moved to linebackers and then came back to the D line. And I think the version of Mike Elston we got when he came back was even better than the first one. But even the first one was the D line coach on the 2012 team. Did a pretty good job. It was more like the recruiting. I didn't think it was as good. I thought that got a lot better. But then you learn more about what was going on and why they were having some of the misses they were having. And you realize, like, okay, I don't know what the coach could have done about that. You know, like that's more on the head coach or whatever the case may be. But, you know, you look at the job he did and the parts he was working with, I think Mike Elston did a heck of a job. There's a reason Jim Harbaugh took him to Michigan and then took him to the Chargers, right? I mean, the guy's a good football coach. I think Al Washington also did a very good job taking the D-line to the next level. I think they both had a great impact. They were asked to do different things at different times and with different needs in the program, and I think they both did a very good job with it. And both of them took a couple years to kind of get used to what worked at Notre Dame. But, yeah, so, I mean, I think look, and I've always credited Mike Elston with doing a great job of coaching his entire room. I've shared this before. I'd be at practices, and he's coaching up the walk-on 4-string nose tackle just as much as he's, you know, coaching up the starter. I didn't see that as much as from Washington because we just didn't get as much practice access the last few years as we had back then. You know, we saw a bunch of springs back then. We don't see it nearly as much now as we did back then. So I just didn't get to see it as much. But what I can say about Al Washington is his D-line went through a bunch of injuries the last 2 years, and every time that there was an injury, somebody stepped right into the lineup and performed well. So either A, he is coaching up the entire rotation, or B, he's lucky. I'm going to go with A, he's coaching up the room, which is – and you're seeing, you know, converted linebackers getting turned into really good football players. You know, and that only comes through coaching. So I think they both did a very good job, and I'm going to buy both of them. I'm going to cheat a little bit here in Noop Life and buy both of them. I think they both did a very good job at Notre Dame.
Right on. Buy, sell, hold from Donnie Moe. Notre Dame must make 1 to 2 material changes to the run scheme in 2026 to be successful.
Yeah, I'm going to buy that, and because to me, and Donnie Moe, maybe you view this differently, but to me, material changes can be scheme changes, or they can be simply structural changes of how you get to things. You know, it could be as simple as doing more pistol, less pistol, more movement pre-snap. To me, is a you know, more shifts is a way, and then there's legit run scheme. So yeah, I think we'll see that. I think we need to see that, and then part 2 of the question is Notre Dame will make those, and I think they'll do that as well. I'll buy both of those things.
Then buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame expands the defensive tackle rotation in 2026 to 6 players on a weekly basis instead of 4.
So I'm going to sell that because I don't think that's an accurate portrayal of how the defensive rotation was last season.
Mm-hmm.
I think Notre Dame already was playing 5 guys last year. I mean, I'm just looking at the Texas A&M game, and they played 5 guys. And that was not a game you could say, well, they played backups. You had Donovan Heinisch played 34 snaps. Jason Onye played 25 snaps. Bryce Young played, or excuse me, Gabriel Rubio played 31 snaps. Jared Dawson played 37 snaps. And then also Elijah Hughes played 7 snaps. And so we saw several times that year where they were playing 4 or 5 guys in a game. And then obviously they had so many blowouts that it just got to the point where like they had to play 6 or 7 guys. But I think that there were times we saw Cole Mullins earlier in the season in normal downs and distances and situations, not just at the end. So I think they're already kind of doing that. I think they were already at 5. So 6 this year, I think that's a very real possibility, but I think there's going to be some games where that bench gets shortened in some bigger moments. But I think consistently, you've got Francis Brew, Jason Onye, Tion Gray, you'll have Elijah Hughes, you'll have Armel Mukum, you've got Cole Mullins, Chris Burgess, Davion Dixon, Sean Sevillano, and the 2 freshmen. It's going to be hard to only play 4 guys in your regular rotation. And I just think there's enough talent there to where you should play more than that.
I think some of it too will be dictated by matchup. That's one thing that I love about this interior defensive line rotation now is it doesn't just have to be the same guys against every single offensive line. So it could pan out to where you see like 4 to 5 a game, but the names might always be different depending on the matchup. So I'm with you there. Biso Hold from that's a funny name. Biso Hold from Chris My Ash.
It's a new member to the board, by the way. I even emailed him and I was like, dude, that's a hilarious name. Yeah.
That's great. These teams would have easily won the Natty if given a chance in the playoffs. 0-2 USC, 15 Ohio State, and 2025 Notre Dame.
Well, I'm gonna sell initially and then dive into where I want to. I'm gonna sell because I think the word easily is just I can't go easily. But I think because I don't think Notre Dame would have easily won the title this year. I do think they're the best team in college football. I still wonder how their O-line have held up in some of the bigger games. We'll never know. But I absolutely think that this team could have. I absolutely think 15 Ohio State could have. Would it have been a given easy win over Bama or Clemson that year? No, it would not have. I mean, Bama beat Michigan State 38-0. Michigan State beat Ohio State in Columbus. So I don't think it's a given because we didn't know what that team was going to be week to week, focus wise and play calling wise. But I will say this: if that 2015 Ohio State brought their A game, there was nobody that was going to beat them that year. Nobody, not Bama, not Clemson, and not even Notre Dame. And look, they outplayed Notre Dame, but that was not the regular season version of Notre Dame. CJ Prosise was injured. Sheldon Day got injured like 2 days before the game. Jalen Smith got hurt early in the game. Like they were banged up, but it wouldn't have mattered. You know what I mean? Like they still had their offensive line together. And they couldn't, like they were not going to win that game, barring some mistakes from them because they couldn't have stopped Ohio State because of Brian Van Gorder. That team could have beat anybody. Would they have done it easily? No, I don't think that's true. Same with 0-2 USC. If I were to rank them 1 to 3, it'd be Ohio State 1, 2025 Notre Dame 2, and then 2002 Ohio State or USC would be my next one. That's kind of how I'd rank them. I think that that USC team in 2002 was very good, especially by the end of the year. I think that was the Carson Palmer year, I believe. That's the year he won the Heisman, and they were very good by the end of the year, like very good. But that team still had a few more flaws that they worked out the next year that would have made them very good. But like that 0-2 Georgia team was excellent. Ironically, I believe Brian Van Gorder was their defensive coordinator that year. But they were very good that year. That 0-2 Miami team was great. That 0-2 Ohio State team was great. I don't know that USC would have beat that team. I don't know that USC that year would have beat Miami, to be completely honest with you. That Miami team was loaded. Not quite as loaded as the year before, but they were loaded. So I'm going to go with them last because part of it is going to depend on who are they playing. I think USC 02 would have played better teams than what 15 Ohio State and what 25 Notre Dame would have had to play.
No, I think that's very fair. I'll say this. The 2015 Ohio State team in the playoffs would have been crazy to watch. To your point, if they would have brought it. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
But
But that's the
easily,
thing. If they brought it.
yeah, easily is rough.
Yep. That's where you lose me a little bit.
Yeah.
Is with that. Yep.
Biso Hold from Berkshire Yank. Coordinators calling plays should be in the press box for a more advantageous view of the game.
So it's advantageous for some coaches. For others, they feel too far away from the game and they can't make the same read. This is about where you're comfortable.
Yeah.
And do you have people in the box that you trust that do get a better view of that? I personally, when I coached, liked being up in the box. And especially as like a pass game coordinator, it was in receivers coach, it was easier for me to see everything I needed to see up there. That's not necessarily true for other coaches. They like being down the field. They want to see the speed. They want to see the tempo. They want to see the get off. And you can see those things a lot easier from down in the field. You want to be able to be down there because you care more about being able to talk to the players in between a series than you do about having certain view from up in the press box. Some coaches can't be as focused when they're down the field as they need to have their spreadsheet and all that. That was me. I needed to have my sheets out with my thing and I'm writing down and I'm game planning in between every series. That's something that I learned my first year's coaching. Scott Isfording was the OC I worked under. He would literally script the first 5 plays of every series, like from the play sheet. So we would kind of know going into a series, like what we wanted to run. That worked for me as well. Like I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And then like, okay, does this work for me? Yes, works for me. That's how my brain works. And so I like to be. Now, when I was a running backs coach, I wanted to be on the field, and I was on the field. But when I was receivers coach, quarterbacks coach, pass game coordinator, I liked being up in the press box. That worked best for me. Mike Denbrock prefers to be on the field. That's what works best for him. There's so many different things that work, and it's really about your comfort level and what works best for you and what type of staff do you have. So those are all things that work for me. So no, I sell that there's one way of doing it. Absolutely sell that.
The Biso Hold from Chard. Ohio State's hiring of Arthur Smith will give them a decided schematic advantage.
I have no comment on this one, Trev. I don't watch a lot of NFL. I can only tell you what my friends tell you, and depending on which fan you're talking to, a fan of this team or that team is going to tell you if this is a good hire or bad hire. So I really don't have any take on this one.
I can appreciate the hire for what they were trying to do. I've been somebody that's been screaming from the rooftops that Ohio State's postseason success is strongly dictated by their ability to run the football. And Arthur Smith is a run-heavy offensive coordinator. He was just the offensive coordinator for the Steelers. Now, the caveat is the Steelers' pass offense this year was kind of poo. And I understand that they only had DK Metcalf, but and 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers. But it's one of those where I thought that was kind of a very interesting hire when you have guys like Julian Sain coming back and you're bringing in Chris Henry and Jeremiah Smith comes back. So now I had a bunch of questions about Matt Patricia too, and I didn't think that he was going to be able to do well at the college level, having not have been there since 2004. And Ohio State had arguably the best defense in the entire country for the duration of the season. So I kind of tells you how much I know about Ohio State's coordinator hires. But I can appreciate what Ryan Day is trying to do, but we'll see if the execution matches the mindset. That's kind of how I look at this one.
You want to know one of the many reasons I don't watch NFL? Did you see the news that came across while we were doing the show? That Shedeur Sanders was added to the Pro Bowl. Dude threw more interceptions than touchdowns this year, and he was just added to the Pro Bowl. Passed for 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 picks, and he was just added to the Pro Bowl. One of 1,000 reasons I just can't watch the NFL, man. I did watch the Broncos game yesterday. And that game, I'll tell you this, that's why I always say analytics can only go so far. You also have to use your sense and judgment in games. Knowing a snowstorm was coming in that day, knowing that how good your defense was, Sean Payton's decision not to take a chip shot field goal when you're already up 7-0 was a terrible decision. And yes, I'm aware he was added as a replacement, but unless 30 other quarterbacks opted out,
I mean, if Shedeur Sanders opted out, who are they going to call? Me? Like, what are we doing? Good night. I mean, the Pro Bowl is a joke anyways,
It
so
really is. Yeah.
all right, well,
Yep.
whatever.
Oh, that was
That
funny.
is mind-boggling.
Yeah, that was funny.
Buy, sell, hold from the history expert. You'll watch all the national pundits after Notre Dame wins the national championship, so you can hear them say they always like Notre Dame to win, like the hypocrites they are.
Sell. I'm not going to waste my time with those losers. And in my moment of greatest joy as a sports fan since 1998, when the Broncos beat the Falcons in the Super Bowl, I'm not going to waste a second of my time thinking about or watching what those idiots have to say about anything. That idiots is not nice. I'm in a bad mood today. I will not at all care what those guys have to say right afterwards. No. Will I have some thoughts on things that people send me that they say after the fact? Probably, because we do have a show to do. But I'll tell you right now, I won't give a rip what they have to say after they win a championship. Because I already know what they're going to do and what they're going to say. Some of them are going to, I always love Notre Dame. Others are going to be like, well, yeah, I mean, the schedule, and it was so easy. And, you're going to get that as well. And I don't care. I don't care.
Well, and that's the thing. They have every opportunity right now to kind of hop on this bandwagon for Notre Dame. They're ranked inside of the top 10 to varying degrees, by every outlet that's put out a way too early. They have, if you just look at it on paper, the best returning roster in college football. They do. And we'll talk about that more tomorrow. Very excited to dive into that conversation. They're the favorites right now on FanDuel to win the national championship. So all of the signs are there to already hop on it. But what's the conversations like right now? They're overrated. They should join a conference. It's not fair. They're irrelevant, blah, 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 blah. So I will pay no attention to it. Unless somebody sits down and actually eats crow and was like, yeah, hey, I was kind of wrong here. I would listen to that. I wouldn't then start to like that person. I would just tune in because it's fun listening to people admit when they're wrong, when they're so egregiously wrong, but it is what it is.
Yep.
From Sergeant Steve Irish, buy, sell, hold, Christian Gray plays an inside corner position, nickel or slot corner in the 26th season.
I've got to hold that for now because with a change as the position coach, I don't know if those plans will change or not. I have no idea. So I have to hold that one for now. I do believe that was the plan prior to yesterday, but I don't know about what the plan is going to be moving forward.
Same page. At times, a two running back backfield set, i.e. Williams and Young or Young and James for the 2026 season.
So, I mean, if they weren't going to do that, Trev, I think you said this the other day, if they're not going to do that with Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, what makes you think they're going to do that with those guys?
Yeah.
Very much. So I'll sell it.
Yeah. 100%. And then buy, sell, hold possible 3 tight end sets in honor of Trev at any time during the 26th season. Appreciate you, Steve.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be plenty of – I mean, we saw that this year. There wasn't a whole lot, but there'll be some 3 tight end sets. Well, and partly because next year's tight end room, I believe, is going to be a lot better in the run game than this year's tight end room. So I think you'll certainly see that in some red zone, goal line, or I should say red zone, scoring zone, green zone, whatever you want to call it, in short yardage situations, especially goal to go situations. So yeah, I think we'll see more of that next year.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it because they better. If they're down on the 2-yard line and I watch Jordan Faison and Matt Jeffrey try to seal the edge, I'm gonna rip all my hair out one strand at a time.
Yep.
Couple more from Sergeant Steve. Buy, sell, hold. That team in Columbus losing in the regular season and then an early exit in the CFP.
Yeah, I mean, we were going over their schedule earlier, Trev. I don't want to get into it too much because we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But, I mean, they play at Texas, at Indiana, at Iowa, at Nebraska, at USC, and then home against Oregon and Michigan. So in Illinois. So yeah, they'll lose at least one regular season game. Yes, they could be the best team in college football next year, and I think they're going to lose one regular season game against that schedule. Early exit in the college football playoff. If they make it, I'll say this, if they make the playoff next year, I don't think they'll have an early exit. I think they'll win at least one game in the playoffs if they make it. Because, like, here's what I mean by that, Trevin. And again, we'll dive more into this tomorrow, Steve. But I'm not completely sold on Ohio State next year. I think they have a lot of potential. They've got 4 starting offensive linemen coming back technically, but I'm not sold on a lot of those guys as being impact players. You know, the skill talent on offense should be very good. Defensively, their secondary, I think, is legit still. You know, they lose Denzel Burke, who wasn't very good his last couple of years. He left last year. Davidson Igbinosun, they lose him, who was, I thought, much better last year than he was in 2024. But they're replacing him with Devin Sanchez. Jermaine Matthews, I felt last year was better than what Denzel Burke was the year before. And losing Caleb Down hurts. But they've still got some really good players coming back, including Jalen McClain, who I thought had a really good redshirt freshman year this year. And then they also get Lewis Moore back. Or I say back. He played at Duke 2 years ago and was a stud and basically missed this past year with an injury. And so he's coming back from an injury, and I think he's going to be a really good player for them as well. No, he's not Caleb Downs, but as a unit, I think their secondaries are going to be really good. Major questions about their front and their linebacker room. Major questions with all the guys they've lost and who they're counting on to be the guy for them. I do have some questions about their front seven. If those questions get answered accordingly, like fit positively, and if their offensive line is as good as Ohio State people think it's going to be, then Ohio State will be in the playoffs. And if they're in the playoffs, I think they'll win a game or two. If they're not as good as people think, I don't think they're going to even be in the playoffs with that schedule. So that's why overall we'll sell that part. I'll buy that they'll lose a regular season game. But if they're 11-1 against that schedule, they're a top 4 seed to me. Because that's a tough schedule that they play next year.
Yeah, that schedule's mean.
Yeah. And so if that team is good enough to get to the playoffs with that schedule, they're not going to be an easy out in the playoffs. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
Yep. 100%. I'm going to sell the first part. Just I don't even have to look at their schedule. Just strictly look. In this day and age of college football, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult to stack back-to-back undefeated regular seasons. Like that in itself is tough.
So you're buying the first part then?
Yeah, actually, I thought it said didn't. So yes. So I am buying the first part, selling the second part. For the reasons that I just said. Buy, sell, hold. Lincoln Riley does not coach at USC in 2027.
I'll buy that. Because I think either A, they're going to turn things around and be really good this year, and then he uses that to get a job somewhere else. Or B, they underachieve again, which is what I'd be betting on right now, and he's gone. If you get rid of the Notre Dame series, you better win. And for all the talk about Ohio State's schedule, USC next year plays at Indiana, at Penn State, at Wisconsin. They have home games against Ohio State, Oregon, and Washington. And then they still have to add one more team. That's going to be a pretty rough schedule for them. So, yeah, you go 8-4 against that, 9-3 against that. Natives get restless. So, yeah, I'll buy that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's a lock. I'm just saying I could see that. I could definitely see that as being a possibility.
Yeah, I could too. Yeah. See, I don't know. I've thought the last 2 to 3 years, or the last 2 years, he might not be like in the last 2 to 3 years. If Lincoln Riley will not coach at USC in 25, and I'm like, I could see it. And then same thing for 26. Maybe I'll buy it for now because I could see it, but I don't know if it'll be because he gets fired. I could see him just being tired of the college grind and just want to go up to the NFL with how much they're turning over jobs.
Yep.
Another one from Sergeant Steve. Buy, sell, hold. You have a high level of confidence in Marcus Freeman finding a suitable and quality replacement for Mike Mickens while not losing the elite status of the DB room in the present point in time and going forward.
I'm going to hope by this one, Steve. I don't know that I have a lot of confidence in this decision, to be completely honest with you. We'll see. I'm going to hope by it. I'm hopeful, that he'll do that. But this is not going to be an easy thing to fix. It's not going to be an easy thing to fix. It's not going to be an easy replacement to make. I'm hopeful the answer to this will be positive, but I need to see it. And it's also without any real names. Like there's some names that I've been told that I'm like, oh, I pray that that's not true. That would be so terrible if that was true. And then there's some other names I've been told, I'm like, okay, I get that one. But I don't necessarily believe that any of these people are real candidates for the job. And some people might be getting talked to because they're going to be brought in as analysts, but people are like, oh, this person's talking Notre Dame. Mike Mickens is leaving. It must mean he's interviewing for the DB job. When in reality, this person's being interviewed to be an analyst, to work with whoever the DB hire will going to be. So that's why I'm not putting a lot of stock into that. I'm going to hope by it. I'm hopeful that that's what he does, but I need to see it. So far, so good this offseason, Trev. You know what I mean? Like with you lost Max Bullough and did a great job of keeping Al Washington while also then upgrading your staff by now you still have Al Washington, but then you added, one of the guys is considered one of the best D-line coaches in the business. Great. Now go do that in the secondary.
Yeah, I'm going to hope by it too. Actually, I'll be real. I'm going to sell this. I don't have a high level of confidence. I'm confident, but like a high level to where I can just be like, yeah, it'll just happen. No problem. Like I got to see it. I'm selling. I do not have a high level of confidence, but I'm confident that the replacement will be good enough. Cause this is an attractive job. Who wouldn't want to come in and coach these guys in this room and help groom the talent that they brought in?
That's why I say it better be somebody that's like got some level of provenness, not someone who's been a good assistant to the assistant, So we'll see.
Biso hold from USMC Kennedy 5. Now that Notre Dame doesn't have 2 All-Americans in the backfield, will we have a better chance at seeing a possible third back situationally?
First and foremost, USMC Kennedy, first of all, that obviously stands for the United States Marine Corps, based on his avatar as well. Thank you very much for your service. Hoorah! Isn't that what they say, right, Trev? Isn't that what Marines say? All right. Now that Notre Dame doesn't have 2 All-Americans in the backfield, I do think that there's a better chance we'll see a third running back in certain situations. So I will buy that because he doesn't say we will. I think it says a better chance, and I think absolutely there's a better chance that we will see a third running back in some sort of situational role this year. Whereas last year it was harder to justify that. Who am I taking off the field? This stud or this All-American or that All-American? You know what I mean? Like I get it. This year I think that there's a better chance of that. So yes, because he said better chance, I'll absolutely buy that. Much better chance.
Yeah, absolutely. From Grubbin Up Heisman, buy, sell, hold. Not that I was to lament on when Coach Freeman will leave, but the university will be in a better place because of the institutional buy-in to the football program when that day does come.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to lament on that either. Honestly, Grubbing Up Heisman. He's got a picture of Noah Grubb's in there. But look, there's no question that the buy-in at Notre Dame is a lot higher now. Part of that is because of their faith in Marcus Freeman. Will a brand new coach get that same level of faith and trust, or will he have to earn it? It's a great question. But I think Notre Dame is in a much better place right now than it was. Take away any changes that Marcus Freeman has made. Just because I think this question is more about the school and not so much what Freeman's done. Take away all the positives we've raved with Marcus Freeman about. Just put those to the side. Does the school support the football program better now than they did 10, 15 years ago? Absolutely.
Yes.
And I do believe that the current leadership at Notre Dame understands the importance of being really good at football. And the positive financial impact that has on the entire institution. So yes, I do buy this for that reason.
Absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. If Coach Tom Rees went to an Iowa level school, having success there as a player comparable for the expectations at that school, and then went on to have the coaching success he's had, he would be universally loved and admired by fans.
Boy, that's a great question. By Notre Dame fans, or just like so? Are you like assuming that Notre Dame fans are tougher on him, or fans of other kid? It is very weird, in my opinion, how some like the Notre Dame fan base, every time there's an opening, they start naming former players. Like I've had Todd Light brought up, I've had Harrison Smith brought up, I've had several different former players. Like, what about bringing this guy back? But then you bring up Tommy Rees, and it's immediately jumps into insults and giving him no credit for the job he's done. Like somehow Bill Rees has got compromising pictures for Nick Saban, Brian Kelly, Kevin Stefanski, all these people that have hired, Tommy Rees, and it couldn't possibly be because they think he's wicked smart and really good at what he does. It couldn't be that. It has to be him following up or whatever. It is weird that it's that way. It's very bizarre. Like in 1 second, they want to bring Harrison Smith, who just retired from the NFL, in to coach the secondary. But then Tommy Rees, who's like literally had a Heisman candidate at quarterback, is a guy that people think has the job just because of whatever reason having to do with anything other than his talent. I don't know. I think some of that Tommy brought on himself in certain ways. I think a lot of that has to do with their disdain for Brian Kelly and the view that he's Brian Kelly's boy. I think it's a lot of it, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot of it. And had a similar situation like that happen at Iowa, maybe they'd be having the same reaction. Like, where'd Brian Ferentz play? Did he play for his dad at Iowa?
I'm not sure.
Let me go look that up real quick. See where he played at Iowa. And he was not universally loved and admired by the end of his tenure at Iowa. You know what I mean? Because of the job he did, So I don't think it's a given. I honestly think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Tommy Rees is connected to Brian Kelly. And there's nothing Tommy Rees can do about that except just dominate as a coach and pretty much just shut everybody up. Because I think the success or lack thereof this past year in the NFL, to me, Trev, it's confirmation bias for people who didn't think he was very good to begin with. That's kind of how I look at it.
Well, shoot, you could argue that he just coached up a Pro Bowl quarterback, baby.
There you go. A rookie, first ever fifth rounder to make it.
I can spin this any possible way. But look, in all seriousness.
So terrible. So bad.
In all seriousness, I don't think he would be universally loved and admired. I think he just wouldn't get the hate that he got. Like, let's also not forget people to turn over Tommy, all this other stuff. Yeah, I agree. Tommy Rees had less interceptions in 2013 and 2012 or what really any year he was a starter than Clausen had in 2008. People love Jimmy Clausen. Like, it's just it depends on what you like, I guess. Let's also not forget that Tommy Rees also engineered the game-winning drive against Purdue in the 2012 season. Let him do a field goal. Tommy Rees came in against Stanford when Everett Golson went out with a concussion. He started the BYU game. So for all of the
touchdown pass in the 13-6 win over Michigan on a slant route to DJ Jones. That's right.
Yeah. Ran in a touchdown on a draw. Tommy Rees did. I mean, look, I get it. Like, did he go and bring home a championship for Notre Dame? No, but if that's your standard, then you should also not like Riley Leonard or Brady Quinn or Jimmy Clausen or Everett Golson or, you know what I mean? So, but to this submission, no, I don't think he would be universally loved. I just don't think he would be like hated to the degree that he is now. So I'm selling that.
Oh, there we go.
Noah Grubbs wins the Heisman, brings the trophy to Notre Dame for a back-to-back winner following CJ Carr.
I mean, I'm selling that. I mean, that's wonderful stuff, but yeah, that's I need to see if the kid can win a starting job first.
Yeah.
I would be super pumped if that happened for Noah Grubbs. Great kid, but yeah, I mean, Notre Dame hasn't had a quarterback win the Heisman Trophy since what, the 60s?
Yeah.
So now he's going to get two. All right, Beano Cook. No, no, I'm going to sell that one, but it'd be awesome. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I'd love it too. Before I start talking about back-to-back Heisman winners, I need to see CJ win the first one.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Detroit Hunter said hope by. I get that. Yeah, absolutely. Hope by that one. No question. No question. like you said, I want to see one, Trev. You know, I want to see one.
Buy, sell, hold. SEC recruiting offices began to atrophy in the pre-NIL landscape, not having to deal with outside competition that wasn't Souther or cheating. The conference's university acceptance of cheating hurt their ability to adapt.
Yeah, I don't know if atrophy is the word that I'm looking for there, just because, you know, like when I think of like your muscle atrophy, it's like it's about getting smaller and weaker. I don't know that they necessarily got weaker from a recruiting office standpoint. I think they got weaker from a coaching standpoint. I've said this before, Trevor. The northern ascendance in college football began before NIL became a big thing. Marcus Freeman started changing the recruiting game at Notre Dame before NIL was a thing.
Yeah.
Ohio State started to ascend towards the top of the college football world before NIL became a thing. James Franklin started putting big-time rosters together at Penn State before NIL became a thing. And Jim Harbaugh was building Michigan well before it became a thing. It was more about, I mean, the cheating was part of it, but obviously Jim Harbaugh is also a very good football coach. Like, this started to transition. What the NIL tenure did was put it into hyperdrive. But the part of the reason that it started to change was not because of, it was not necessarily because of this. This is what took it to the next level. It's because Northern schools started making better hires. South Carolina hired Shane Beamer. Illinois hired Brett Bielema. Much better hire. You know, the Big Ten not only brought in good coaches from the outside, meaning you went and brought in USC, you brought in Oregon, you brought in Washington, you brought in UCLA, but then they went out and, you know, hired good coaches. And James Franklin, is he good enough to win a title? No, but he's clearly good enough for them to win 10 plus games every year. And he has won a Big Ten title, you know? So like, has Ryan Day, he's like, what, won one Big Ten title, right? 19, no, 20, we won 20. 2, 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Hasn't won one since. He's still a good football coach. And when you look top to bottom, the league has done well in hiring good. You know, PJ Fleck. I'm not a huge PJ Fleck fan. He shouldn't be the head coach of Notre Dame, but he's done a pretty darn good job at Minnesota. You know, I mean, so I think that league has done a better job. Where in the SEC, we haven't seen that. Like, here's the question I asked: USC, the SEC just brought in Will Stein as the head coach, but in the last 4 years, really since even Joe Burrow. Who's the defensive or offensive whiz kid that the SEC has possessed? Who's that great offensive mind, that great defensive mind that's been in the SEC the last few years?
I mean,
that's an assistant. That's a coordinator.
Yeah, since Joe Burrow, the only one that I could think of is Todd Monken, and he's gone.
Right. And he was there 2 years, and they won 2 titles.
Mm-hmm.
What's Georgia done since then, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like they have not brought in those type of guys. Where Oregon went out and got a Will Stein and who's the coach for them? Kenny Dillingham.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they've made bad hires in that league from a coaching standpoint, and that is factored in. And if you start making better hires, then those teams will start winning more. Why do you and I have more faith that LSU is going to be able to win the next 2-3 years than we did before, Trev? Because we both do. Mm-hmm. It's because Brian Kelly's not the head football coach anymore.
Correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And those better coaching hires is, look, I've said this before, and I don't know if, Brian, you and I had this conversation or if I was talking to somebody else about it. I know it wasn't Lauren. But I think one of the biggest issues with the SEC, it's not like recruiting. They can sell off of name alone. Hey, come play for Bama, come play for Georgia, come play for Texas. I think the SEC's biggest issue is retention. It's not recruiting. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at the attrition Alabama's had. Why did Isaiah Horton leave? The Rousseau kid, you know, the Timmy Smith kid. You know, you see players like that leave SEC schools all the time to go bag chase. Oh, Damon Wilson's on his 3rd school in 3 years. Why are they leaving? Retention's the biggest issue for them. Because the equivalent of those guys for Notre Dame would be like if Boubacar left or Bryce Young left. You know, or if, you know, last season Gabe Rubio wanted to go play a 5th year somewhere else. Retention is a huge issue. And to your point, Brian, better coaching hires would definitely help retention. Definitely. Super chat from ND Milton fan. Appreciate you. Buy, sell, hold. Mickens eventually comes back as the Notre Dame defensive coordinator.
Sell. It'd be a great story, but I don't know that I see it happening. I wish it would, but I don't see that happening. I mean, Marcus Freeman's kind of made his opinion on Mike Mickens as a coordinator known. It's not good, bad. It is what it is. But I'd be awesome if it did, but I just don't see it.
Hope buy.
Yeah, there you go.
Buy, sell, hold. You were guaranteed that Stanford's admin would no longer actively work on harming football operations and would then be happy signing a long-term contract to play them going forward.
Buy. Yep, absolutely buy. For a long time, I liked the Stanford rivalry. I think Stanford forced Brian Kelly to figure it out, bro, or you're out of here. I mean, that's something I said, tried to point out is when Brian Kelly turned the program around, what were two things that were true that weren't necessarily true in the first 5-6 years? USC sucked and Stanford sucked. Look at Brian Kelly's record against Stanford early in his tenure and then his, last couple of years when they were bad. Yeah, he started to win a lot more games. Well, but yeah, they went 11-1 when UCLA and USC and Stanford stunk, and they were going 8-4, 9-3 every other year when Stanford was good and USC was good.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so yeah, I mean, he couldn't beat Stanford for a long time. They lost in 10, lost in 11, beat him in 12, lost in 13, beat him in 14, lost in 15, lost in 16, lost in 17. And it wasn't until 2018 that they beat him. And then by 2019, they were 3-9 and haven't been good since. So Stanford dominated Brian Kelly in his tenure there. No question. And if Stanford was legit good at football and cared about being good at football, I would be all for bringing that rivalry back and playing them out there in the last game of the regular season every year. Every other year. I'd actually would just see if we could schedule them last game every year. Just, hey, look, if you want to be a real rival, then let's do this. You come out here into the year, we'll go out there into the year every year. But if I knew that Stanford's admin was going to support football, and like I said, they're just actively not going to harm football, then yes, I'd be all for bringing that rivalry back because I think then they'll be good again. There's no point in playing Stanford every year right now. You get nothing out of it. You beat them 49-20 this year, doubled them in yards, and dropped in the rankings twice. You got a double dip.
Yeah,
if Stanford was as good as they were in 18, 17, 16, even the years where they were just a top 15 to 20 team, not a top 5 team, then that's a different you can't drop Notre Dame at that point in time. You couldn't. There's no justification, and they wouldn't. You can say whatever you want, they're corrupt. Yeah. Guys, there's no way they would have dropped Notre Dame below Alabama if Stanford was ranked. No way. No way. But because they're garbage, you can use that as an excuse not to play them.
100%.
Or not to give Notre Dame benefit for playing them. 100%.
Yep.
If Stanford was like they were in the first 5-6 years of Kelly's tenure, there's a very different conversation happening right now about Notre Dame's schedule. Do they got 4 top 20 teams and 3 top 10 teams on their schedule? That's what people be talking about.
Agreed. Getting into part 3 of the Buy, Sell, Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We have Eddie82 keeping us going here. Buy, Sell, Hold. Notre Dame will have 2 running backs that gain over 800 yards rushing in 2026 in 12 games, regular season.
Sell. Regular season, probably not. Full season, yes. It's possible. But I'm going to say no. I don't say it with great conviction, but I'm going to say no.
I'm with you. I'm saying no, but it's not like that second running back in 12 games is going to be at 400 yards. It'll be
right.
Close.
I can see it at 900 and 720, 700, something like that. Yeah, yep. I don't see it. Because, yes, the number one back may not have as much as Jeremiah Love had last year, but keep in mind that in the last 2 years, neither Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, neither one of them rushed for 800 yards in the same season.
Correct.
So,
correct.
And now you're going to throw more than you did those 2 years? I don't see it. Possible, but I don't see it.
Then Buy, Sell, Hold, Aeneas Williams will have at least 1,000 total yards in 2026 in the regular season.
That I buy. That I could definitely see. 750 rushing yards, 700 rushing yards, and then 300 to 250 to 300 receiving yards. Absolutely. As long as he's healthy, I could see that.
Yep.
We said multiple times now, Eddie, this isn't a response to you like, dude, you're not listening. I'm just pointing out, like, we've said multiple times this offseason that we could see Aeneas Williams having 1,000 yards or being the leader in touches and yards, but Kedron Young being the leading rusher. Like, or Aeneas being, having more total touches, but Kedron's got more carries. So I could certainly see that. And if you were to tell me that two backs are going to have over 800 total yards, I'd have bought that. Because I could see Kedron becoming the leading rusher going for 850 and doesn't even have as many total yards as what Aeneas has.
Yeah.
So that I could certainly see.
Absolutely. Yeah. Then by so hold, Notre Dame beats BYU by double digits in 2026.
Yeah, I see we're starting that again. It's going to be the same answer I gave y'all last year when everybody kept saying Notre Dame beats Miami by double digits. And I kept saying, no, I'm not going there. Could they win? Yes, but I don't see them blowing Miami out. I'm going to say the same thing about BYU. So sell. It's January 26th. I'm not predicting Notre Dame beating a top 10 caliber team by double digits on the road. Like, I want to see Notre Dame do that. That'd be great, but I'm not predicting it.
Agreed.
I feel that'd be disrespectful to how good I think BYU is going to be next year.
I don't even know if I would predict it once the season starts. Like, a lot has to happen.
Yep.
From Eddie 82, Notre Dame will have at least one game in 2026 in which they will have to make a field goal in the last minute to win and will be successful.
Sell. I think they'll have to score a touchdown. I just have a hard time buying that. I mean, I'll hope by that one that they have to do that and it goes in. That'd be nice, right? But I'm just hoping. I'm nervous that they have to line up and kick an extra point at this point in time, Trev. And I know they got new guys and all that, but dude, I'm just hopeful that they line up and can make an extra point to win the game. Like I'm having terrible flashbacks to the Alabama Michigan Orange Bowl, Trev. You've got to put this on your to watch list. You've got to watch the 2000. I think it's the 2000 Orange Bowl between Alabama and Michigan. Still one of my favorite bowl games ever. Tom Brady versus Sean Alexander. Great bowl game. But Michigan won. Bama had scored a touchdown, and it seemed like they were going to tie it and send it to overtime, and they missed the extra point. Michigan won, I think, 31-30. I think it was the final score. Missed the extra point. That has haunted me the last two seasons because I'm like, dude, I could see this so happening to Notre Dame right now. You know what I mean? Like they go down and tie it against Ohio State last year, and they just need an extra point to tie it or an extra point to win, and like they can't make it. Like just haunted by that. So yeah, I'm gonna sell that.
I'm gonna hope sell it. I hope Notre Dame plays so dominantly that it doesn't have to come down to a game-winning field goal.
Yeah.
I hope they're just kicking field goals for fun at that. I hope that they're kicking field goals in the spirit of not running up the score. That's what I hope. That's what I hope the situation that they're in. And then by so hold, Bear Bachmeier will throw 2 or more interceptions against the Irish in the 26th game.
I'll tell you what, Eddie, this is a very fair question, but come back and talk to me once I know who Notre Dame's secondary coach is going to be. And this is a very fair question, but I can't. If you'd have asked me this question yesterday or last buy so hold, I'd have probably said buy. If you'd asked me a week ago. But now I don't even know who the secondary coach is going to be. So I need to know who that's going to be before I start making these grand predictions of the Notre Dame secondary. So hold.
Very fair.
You hold as well there, Mr. Trowbridge?
I am. Buy, sell, hold. No opponent will have someone who rushes for 100 yards, more than 100 yards in a game against the Irish in 26.
I'm going to sell that. And the reason I'm going to sell that is because I think I already know who that's going to be.
Me too.
Let me see. Go ahead, Trev.
Navy.
Yep.
Navy's going to have some. I mean, look, the Navy will run the ball 57 times. And if they average like 1.8 yards a carry, they're going to get it.
In the last 2 years, Trevor, Notre Dame has beaten Navy by a combined score of 100-24, correct? 51 plus 49 is 100. 14 plus 10 is 24. In the last 2 years, and in both games, Navy was ranked. They beat them 100-24. And in both games, their quarterback rushed for over 100 yards.
Yeah.
And this year's the backup quarterback. So, yeah. You could dominate Navy and still give up a 100-yard rusher. You know what I mean? Like Notre Dame because here's the thing. Notre Dame held Navy to 206 yards rushing. That's actually a lot of yards to give up on the ground. But that was at the time 100 fewer yards than what they averaged. And it was like, I think like 70, something like that, lower than their season average. Like you have to look at playing Navy differently. And you have to look at success against Navy differently. Even though Chris Ash gave up over 200 yards against Navy, you look at that and say, job well done, against that team. So I mean, if you say an opponent who isn't a triple option team, then I'd say, okay, I could see that. There are some good running backs in the schedule next year, but I could see them shutting those guys down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then from C Rich 73, Notre Dame will jump out early in each game during the regular season and have double-digit leads by halftime in all games.
Sell. I mean, they'll have a game like Indiana, as dominant as they were this year, was beating Wisconsin 10-7 at halftime. And they dominated the opposition this year. So no, I'll sell that. I mean, I hope so. Can hope buy it, but I'm going to sell that.
I'm with you. I have to watch Notre for it to be the whole season and do that. I have to watch them do it in September 1st. I mean, honestly, to go into every game with a double-digit lead at halftime, including the month of September, I got to see that.
That'll be fun to watch, though.
Heck yeah.
We're starting post-game shows at halftime moving forward.
Buy, sell, hold from Cincy Brian. Buy, sell, hold TV series. Ooh, The Sopranos, Peaky Blinders, Sons of Anarchy.
All right. The only one that I've seen, and I only saw bits of it, is The Sopranos. I never watched Peaky Blinders and never watched Sons of Anarchy. So I got nothing for you on this one, Trev. Anybody in the chat want to feel free to leave your buy, sell, hold on this one. But
yeah. So I have not watched Sons of Anarchy yet for one reason, and it's because I had a buddy back in college tell me, he's like, yeah, it's really good once, like, the first, season and a half to 2 seasons is slow. And it's like, well, then I don't want to watch it.
I'm not going to go through 2 seasons before it gets good.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
I would just jump to season 3 then at that point. Yeah, but
exactly. I'll just read the Wikipedia summary of season 1.
Right. Right. But with that being said, I've heard that it's a very good show. So maybe that was just his interpretation of the show. So maybe it'll be different. But I am buying The Sopranos. That show was awesome. And I'm holding Peaky Blinders. Don't love to do that, but hold Peaky Blinders and then obviously sell Sons of Anarchy for.
Have you ever seen Peaky Blinders?
Oh yeah.
Is that the one with is he Irish? What's his name? He was in he was in the first Batman.
Cillian Murphy?
Yes. Is that the one with him?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yep. Sons of Anarchy, just the biker gang thing has never been something that interests me. Yeah.
From Danny Redlegs, buy, sell, hold. Next season, Notre Dame will win the national championship. Unfortunately, Coach Freeman will be hired as the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Sell. The Steelers just hired a head coach in Mike McCarthy. And this is a franchise that in my 47 years of being on this earth have only had 4 head coaches. I highly doubt that they're going to fire Mike McCarthy after 1 year and replace him with a college coach.
And what's even crazier is Mike McCarthy is significantly, by almost 30 years, older than every head coach that they've hired since 1969. That blows my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, because everybody else, we went through this. Everybody else was in their 30s when they got hired.
Yep.
Their last 3 head coaches.
Yep. Mike McCarthy's 62.
Yeah, Marcus Freeman, if he would have been hired this year, would have been older than all of those coaches. So it's very nuts. That was one of the jobs I was very concerned about him getting. So when Mike McCarthy left and when Adam Schefter put that report out that Marcus Freeman's not interested in this job, I breathed a sigh of relief. And I said to you guys privately, Marcus Freeman doesn't strike me as someone who's going to say I'm coming back and then leaves because a good job came open.
Agreed.
Doesn't strike me as that kind of person. So when the Steeler jobs came open and Schefter said that, I breathed a sigh of relief because this is one of the jobs that I was concerned about. Same with the Dolphins. The Dolphins could be open again next year. I mean, that's just the way that the NFL is, but the Steelers are a little bit different.
Yeah.
So he may leave after next year. And honestly, if he wins a championship, I'm like, all right, thanks, bro. I mean, like, I'm excited. You know what I mean? Like, you accomplished your mission. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you accomplished your mission. So, yeah. Like, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. Like, I would love for him to stay 100%. And win another one. It's just more like, yeah, that's awesome. He did what no coach has been able to do in almost 40 years. That's amazing. If his next challenge is to be the coach in the NFL, then God bless you, man. Thanks for the title. Cherish it forever. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But I don't think it'll be the Steelers. So that's why I'm selling.
From Noah Weiss, buy, sell, hold. Brian Kelly will never coach at the college level again.
Hope buying that one.
And then despite the various examples of tampering and contract breaches this offseason, no changes will be made and actions like this will continue without penalty.
Well, this goes back to Noah, the thing that we brought up at the very beginning of the show in one of the early buy sell holds about the Duke case that Detroit Hunter brought up.
Yeah.
A lot of this is going to be determined by the Duke case and how far that goes. Now, there's some talk that there's going to be a settlement. So I don't even know if there'll be a final decision made, which would be disappointing. But like, if they don't do something with that case and then with the Clemson situation, then no, nothing will change. If there's not severe punishment, then nothing will change. You know, and I'm not hopeful that there'll be anything done.
Yeah, for those reasons, I am unfortunately going to buy this because until they show me that they're going to change, it's all just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Another TV show. I did not have it on my bingo card today that we were going to have more TV show questions than
I dig it,
questions.
Though. I dig
Me
it.
too.
I dig it.
Buy, sell, hold. Friends, The Office, or Seinfeld.
So I'm going to buy The Office, hold Seinfeld, and sell Friends. They were all pretty good in their own right. Friends was kind of hit or miss for me. Seinfeld was pretty good. I loved The Office. Now, that also for me means the seasons that I watched. I thought the last few seasons of The Office were pretty bad. I thought it ended well, but they were pretty bad. And I didn't really watch those. If you take those into account, I think that but I'll say this, Seinfeld was great until the end. The ending of Seinfeld was terrible. Like, just terrible, the last couple episodes. I don't remember how Friends ended. Somebody just put the pivot. USMA, that is still one of the funniest scenes from pivot. He just got super obnoxious with it. So, but they were all great shows. I mean, in their own right. But that's my order.
Yeah, I would. The funny thing about all three of these TV shows, and I'll take your word for it on Seinfeld, I just haven't watched enough of it to know. So, like, it's going to be my sell. My parents love Seinfeld. I just haven't sat down and watched it enough to put it ahead of the other two. But the thing all three of these have in common is they all ended kind of
Yes. But it's hard to end something like that. You know what I mean? Like, how do you bring something like that to a close?
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it.
Of the three, I think Friends had the best ending. It just got really drawn out because it was on TV for a while. And like, there's some of the character arcs were like, I thought Joey was hilarious, but it's, they start the show and they were younger than my age. The characters were, and then it's tough for me to believe that some like 36-year-old guys like just still really stupid and only love sandwiches, and you know what I mean. So, like, but the ending of The Office,
I know people like that actually.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, so do I. But the ending of the second Michael Scott left, that show was very okay.
100%.
Like, it was like,
They survived the first season, and then they started bringing in like James Spader and Will Ferrell and Idris Elba, and it didn't make any sense.
Yep. So, yeah.
You know what show I thought was pretty good but had the worst ending? How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
That ending was garbage. So we finally get to meet who the mother was, and then they kill her off, and the whole time it's like pointing to him with Robin. I'm like, come on, bro.
Yep. Well,
Like,
and that's
come on,
what's so
bro.
frustrating is like that was a plan from the beginning because they filmed all the scenes like at the beginning of the episodes with the kids
Yeah.
back when they were still kids.
Yeah.
So they knew early on that that was going to be the ending. That was,
Yeah.
yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. That ending sucked. I was like, dude, that is so disrespectful to your wife that this whole story has been pointing to Robin.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. Who married your skanky friend, Barney? Like, no. Hard pass. The ending was terrible. Ending was terrible. There's been other, I mean, Everybody Loves Raymond was a great show, but that wasn't one of the ones that I got. But yeah, the combination of Michael Scott and so Rainn Wilson and John Krasinski and that crew was spectacular. Here's a funny story. We'll move on. I had zero desire to watch The Office. Zero. Like none. It just looked dumb to me on the commercials. It just looked stupid. And my wife had to watch it. So when we first got married, she actually went she went back to school and ended up getting a double bachelor's degree from the University of Denver. And one of her classes, she had to watch The Office. I was so adamant about watching it that I went into the other room and was working while she watched it. She just kept laughing and laughing and laughing. And you got to watch it. So eventually I was like, fine, I'll watch your stupid show. And I was like, oh man, this is funny. This is really good. You know what I mean? Like you start watching, like, oh, this is great. Yeah, it was very well done.
That's how my mom was with Friends and How I Met Your Mother. Like there is a group of people out there that are under the assumption that you can't like How I Met Your Mother if you like Friends and then vice versa. And
Why?
Because How I Met Your Mother got a lot of stuff from Friends, like that typical sitcom. Like there are even like individual bits that was in Friends that they just used in How I Met Your Mother. It's a whole thing. I like both. And for the longest time, my mom was that way. And then she sat down and watched How I Met Your Mother. She's like, oh, this is actually a good show. And I was like, yeah. They're all good shows. Yep.
Yep. Very well done.
It's a sweet class though.
The other thing that bothered me about How I Met Your Mother is I don't like soft main characters. And I always found Ted to be soft. You know what I mean? Like, just, yeah, he's kind of soft. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Just kind of we'll leave it at that. But Trev, I think you know where I'm going with this one. You know me well enough to kind of know where I'm going with this one.
Yeah. My biggest gripe with How I Met Your Mother is there was just a lack of a character arc. Like Marshall and Lily were the same people they were in episode 1 as they were in episode like 800 something.
Yeah.
Like the only person who had like actual legit growth was Barney.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean the thing about when he held his baby for the first time, you know what I mean? Like that's as dramatic of a character shift as you'll ever see.
Yep, 100%.
And then eventually he goes back to being Barney, but like even then it was like just the holding a kid in your hands. Like I've heard this from so many people, and I will pray that someday I'll be able to experience that. But just like the first time you hold your child, like your life is, if you're at all someone who's understands the power of being a parent, like your life will never be the same right now. And to him to repeat the words that he said, like mockingly earlier in the episode, was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, another show that I refused to watch for a long time because it just looked stupid to me was Big Bang Theory. And when I finally watched it, I was like, this is funny. Yep. This is like actually really funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what somebody in the chat just mentioned that. Raymond just mentioned that one. So yeah.
Yeah, that's how I was with the Big Bang. Lauren's gotten me into a lot of TV shows. Like for the longest time, I refused to watch Ted Lasso. So I was like, I don't like soccer. I don't care about soccer.
And I just don't like doing the thing that everybody else wants to do. I'm just kind of, that's my personality. Like, oh, everybody else thinks it's cool. Pass. You know what I mean? Like, and then follower.
Oh, I get you. And then I sat down and watched an episode of Ted Lasso. And then 3 weeks later, I was done with the entire series.
It took you 3 weeks?
Yeah, exactly.
It took me a weekend, bro. But But of course, I stay up a whole lot later than you with shows on in the background. But yeah, yep.
Yeah, Ted
That's
Lasso is
awesome.
great.
Yeah.
From Dangerous Dan, BISO hold these units impact on the ETO, the Red Ball Express, the 68 or the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion, and the Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah, I don't know enough about any of these to have an opinion on this. So the Red Ball Express was a massive, this is the AI, massive 82-day U.S. Army truck convoy system that supplied Allied forces advancing rapidly across France after D-Day. That's a pretty important one. What's the other one? It was the 688 Central Postal. I think was that a British thing? Oh no, all black, all female U.S. Army unit deployed overseas in World War II, tasked with cleaning massive mail backlogs. Didn't they make a movie about this? 688th Central Post Directory Battalion, nicknamed the 6888, was the first and only all-black, all-female U.S. Army unit deployed overseas in World War II, tasked with clearing massive mail backlogs in England, France, and Paris. France and Paris. Paris isn't French, you idiot. I think they made a movie about this recently. I mean, what did they say it was? It was the 6888. I'm pretty sure they made a movie about this recently that I have not seen. Yeah, they did make a movie about this. It's got Kerry Washington in it. Oprah was in that. Okay. So yeah, I have not seen that. And then the Tuskegee Airmen, like as I'm just now kind of looking these up, I would have to say, without doing any like formal research beyond what I'm looking up right now, the only one that I have any familiarity with is the Tuskegee Airmen. I would probably go with them because of the three things. The actual doing the combat is, I feel, most important. The second most important thing is supplying the combat battalions. That would be the Red Ball Express. And I'm sure what the ladies in the 6888 did was very important. Otherwise, I don't think they'd have made a movie about it. But I don't know that would have been as important as supplying during the crucial phases of, post D-Day, and then a group of fighters that actually had legitimate successful combat movement. So that's where I would kind of go with those. So that's just doing research on the fly. The only one, like I said, I had any familiarity with was the Tuskegee Airmen.
And I was only familiar with the Tuskegee Airmen by name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool story if you do some research on it. It's quite amazing.
From ND for Life, buy, sell, hold. One good thing to come out of Notre Dame opting out of the Pop-Tarts Bowl is that this year's BYU versus Notre Dame game will still have that intriguing buzz. If they would have played in a bowl and it was lopsided score, it would have taken away some of the luster.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'll buy that. Yeah, because I think you have an additional storyline on top of what I think will be two highly ranked teams.
Well, and
I think that adds a little something to it. Go ahead, Trev.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm buying this too because you're getting everybody's full team. Yeah. I mean, think of it. Like, you still would have gotten the 2025 version of Notre Dame, but without Jeremiah Love, without Jadarian Price, probably without Malachi Fields and Eli Raridan, probably without
Emil Wagner.
Exactly. Yep. Probably without, Billy Schrouth. I mean, he wouldn't have came back from injury for the Pop-Tarts.
Exactly.
So, and then same thing on BYU side as well. So when two big teams match up like this, I want it to be at full strength. All of the two teams that should have been in the playoffs, BYU, Notre Dame. I don't buy into that if it was 60% of each team.
Yeah.
So
not playing creates an additional storyline, which I like.
Absolutely.
To discuss. So yeah. Interesting. It's a good one. I dig that.
Then buy, sell, hold Notre Dame plus or minus 10.5.
I'm taking the over on that one. I'm gonna buy the over on that for the win total.
And I also think that's where their line is going to be set. FanDuel hasn't released anything yet on their win totals, but I think they're over under last year. I think it was also 10.5 because they're not going to set anybody at 11.5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I'm taking the over on that as well, though. And then if it were possible, I know it probably would never happen due to weather and timing, but switching the Syracuse and Miami games.
I'm going to sell it. And here's why I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it because I know that Notre Dame has ended seasons against Miami. I get that. But I'm going to sell it because I don't want there to be any excuses in that game for anybody. And November 7th is usually not that cold. You get closer to the last game of the regular season and it starts to get a little bit different.
Yeah, we got a mailbag question. It was one of the daily ones, so we didn't have time to get to it. It was like, you hope that November 7th is like the coldest day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, no, I hope it is unusually warm.
Yep.
I hope it's 62 degrees. I hope there's no rain.
Well, let's be honest of why the primary reason that we want that to be true, Trev. Because we'll be tailgating that day. And I don't want it to be cold all day. That's reason number one. Reason number two is I don't want any excuses. Rain. And Trevor, if you say anything about not having a lot of rain games or something like that this offseason, we are going to have words because you already jinxed last year. So we're not going to have you do that.
Oh, I'm not. I'm staying away. I'm staying away from weather.
No excuses. No excuses.
Agreed. From Uncle Rico, buy, sell, hold. Considering recent college and NFL trends, a national championship or Super Bowl winning team needs to have a dual threat quarterback, or at least a quarterback that can pick up tough yardage when the game is on the line.
Sell. Needs to have it. Sell. I think that it's always beneficial to have a quarterback that can make plays like that. It's always nice to have that in certain situations. Do you need that to win? No, I don't think so. I mean, I get why you're saying that. You think of the Fernando Mendoza run this past year, but I don't remember Will Howard making a lot of crucial plays with his legs last year in the playoffs. It was with his arm. I mean, if Will Howard would have put up the numbers last year that Fernando Mendoza put up this year, Ohio State does not win the championship. Like, they needed him to do a lot different type of thing. So it's something I prefer to have at quarterback, but preference is different than if you don't have this, you can't win. Because then why else are other teams not winning with even more mobile quarterbacks than Drake May and Fernando Mendoza and stuff like that? Like that would be my counter to that. Why did Indiana have so much success scoring than what Texas A&M had? I mean, Indiana basically played a road game in the title game, right? Like, let's acknowledge that. They played a road game. It was at Miami. It was literally where the Hurricanes play their home games. But Miami went on the road and to Texas A&M. Texas A&M had a home game against Miami, and their mobile quarterback couldn't do a thing. So at the end of the day, you still need a guy that can – what you need is a guy that can run the offense efficiently in the throwing game and then make big plays. You have to make some big plays. For some quarterbacks, that may be a scramble. For other quarterbacks, it's the brilliant back shoulder throw. Like, I know that everybody talks about the long run he had, the touchdown run he had, but like, they're not in that situation if he doesn't make some just dimes of back shoulder throws. And I've heard people say, like, he didn't want to put the ball there on the one back shoulder that was low. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly where he needed to put that ball. Because if he puts that ball up, it's getting tipped and maybe picked. Like, that ball had to be low and away. And it's either his guy catches or nobody does. So, it's nice to have. I don't think it's a need. It's a nice little luxury to have.
Yeah, this one's kind of tough because I definitely understand why you put in the submission. Like, I'm not as far to say dual threat like a Marcel Reed or a Diego Pavi or anything like that. They still have to be a pass first quarterback. And initially, for me, when I think of dual threat quarterback, I think of you do it equally. Like, I think of Riley Leonard when I think of dual threat. But I'll say this. I think it would be extremely difficult for a team to win a Super Bowl or a national championship with a stiff in the backfield. Like, they could have a rocket of an arm, but if they're, 6'5", 260, not mobile, but they're, they have a rope of an arm, I think that would make it extremely difficult. I think edge rushers have evolved in this game. Because it's tough. Like, I go back and think of every last Super Bowl winner and every last national champion of the last 8 years, and they've all had some sort of mobility about them. Every single one.
Well, who is that quarterback in college football or the NFL right now that you just described?
That's mobile.
That's what you described. It isn't. That's 6'5".
Oh, that's just a stiff.
Yeah, I mean, who is that guy?
Oh, there isn't one.
That right. So, like, we're working with the assumption that everybody has as a quarterback.
Sure.
So then it's not a need because everybody has it. It's the other things that they can do. They're going to help you win. But I would even say, even then, it's all relative to your team. Because if you give me that quarterback who can't move, and I've got LSU's 2019 receiving core, Notre Dame's 2017 offensive line, he could be as stiff as he wants to be, and I'm going to be pretty freaking good. You know, and I've got Notre Dame, I've got Ohio State's, whatever, 2024 playoff defense or something like that. He doesn't need to do that. It's all relative to the team. I just, what it comes down to for me, Trev, I get really, I really push back when people take one characteristic and say, that's what you need to win a championship. I say, well, the last 5 teams have had this. I'm like, yeah, but is that the reason they won? Right? Somebody said Drake May yesterday. Jarrett Stidham's a pretty mobile quarterback. New England scored 10 points. They didn't win because of Drake May. If Drake May's gutsy runs only got you 10 points, that's not why you won. You won because you only gave up 7. So again, it's surely nice to have, but that's not the reason teams are winning. Right? Like the Eagles didn't win last year because of Jalen Hurts' running, but they won last year because their pass rush ate up another mobile quarterback who couldn't do anything because how good the pass rush was. So I just think when we narrow football down to these simplistic things of you just need this, well, kind of everybody kind of has that to some degree. So what else is it? So, and I also think football's different. There's been eras where guys that could sit back and not do anything could win and be successful. There just aren't as many of those guys anymore to where it's even relevant at this point in time. That's my thing. Because like CJ Carr can do the latter of this. Dante Moore can do the latter of this. Like I can't think of a quarterback in the playoffs that couldn't do last year that couldn't do this. The last part. Like, can you think of anybody whose quarterback could not do that made the playoffs last year?
No, not too much. I mean, I think that's just kind of a testament to, like I was talking about, the evolution of the game, not to where it's like you need it and that's the only thing you ever need to ever win a national championship.
Right, and I'm agreeing with you. It's like that's just what quarterback play is now. So it's not something that you need to win because teams suck with that. I'm saying is if your team is good enough, you could have a guy that just sits back there and throws all day and doesn't really do anything with his legs. You could have that. It just, like with anything else, you could also have the most dynamic quarterback in all of college football. And if you don't have other things, you're like, what's more important than that? Having a good offensive line. That's more important than having a mobile quarterback. Because here's the thing, a great offensive line is going to do more for a mobile quarterback than a mobile quarterback will be able to do with a crap offensive line. So that's where I'm coming from, Trev. Like, I don't disagree with your point. What I'm saying is if everybody already has that, then that's clearly not the thing that's separating teams from winning. It's something else. And that's my pushback.
Fair.
Because, like, here's an example. Phillip Rivers. Not very mobile guy, right?
Yeah.
How many Super Bowls did he win or championships did he win?
0.
Right. So you could use that as an argument, but my whole thing was, is that really the reason though that they didn't win Super Bowls? Like that would be the thing I'd point to. It's just like, I think there's a lot of other things that are more important than that. Have always been more important than that.
From ND for life.
Ooh. No, that was it. For some reason went the wrong way.
From Tatsumaki by Sohold, the number of top 10 to top 15 to top 25 finishes in a given span of time For example, 4 consecutive top 10 finishes, 4 top 15 finishes in the last 5 years, etc., is a useful metric in determining the overall strength of a program, and thus the AP and coaches poll are still relevant in the current playoff era.
Sell, because I think the only ranking that really truly matters is where you are at the end of the college football playoff rankings, which still makes the AP and the coaches poll irrelevant. So
Yeah,
you're determining those after all the games have been played. Nobody, especially in an era where those rankings are being impacted by bowl games that half your team at least doesn't play in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that the AP poll is useful for anymore is just giving like a starting line for the rankings at the start of the season. Honestly, like that's kind of it.
Yep.
Because once the college football playoff rankings come out, they just don't matter.
Yep, I agree with that.
Another one from Tatsumaki. Buy, sell, hold. Vegas listing Notre Dame as the way too early best odds favorite to win the national championship next year is rat poison. I mean, it depends on how you handle it, I guess. I don't know how much Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame players are paying attention to betting lines. If I'm being like, that's just more for money. It's for people like me who's going to throw money on it right now before the odds get less favorable to bet on. Now, I don't know if teams are actually looking at like the way that I bring up FanDuel and like our podcast. I doubt Notre Dame coaches and players are bringing up in team meetings. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
So I'm selling this
because if you're that way, then you've got a lack of leadership. You know what I mean? So, I get why Nick Saban said that, but it's no different than Dabo Swinney's Roy Bus comments. It's like, bro, you're the preseason #1 team. You can miss me with this. You're on the rest of y'all bus. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm a Dabo fan. I like Dabo. I've always liked Dabo. But it's like, bruh. But you know what, though? It worked with his football team.
Yep.
Just like the rat poison stuff worked with his football team. It's not a real thing. It's like, it's something that a coach can use to unify his football team together. And that's ultimately the key. Whatever you find to do that.
Yep.
And sometimes I could flip the script and say, it could be a good thing because now when your players aren't, doing what they need to do, you're like, hey, like if you want to be as good as you think you can be, this, you need to do this. There's a standard that's got to be met. It just depends on the leadership of your football team. So that's where I think about that. Somebody in the chat, Jason Rose said this, and I think it's a great statement. Jason Rose said, it will only be rat poison if you allow it to be. It's a great, like rat poison can't kill you, right? Its existence can't kill you. You have to consume it first.
Very true. Yeah. Yeah. Some of it too comes down to just. Jason.
Sorry. Go ahead, Trev. Sorry.
Some of it too just comes down to what motivates you. I mean, for some people, it's just, I don't pay attention to that. I'm going to delete social media and I'm going to do all that stuff. I mean, for somebody like me, it's like, if I saw it, it's like, all right, well, I'm going to go prove to you as to why that should be true. There's other people that will look at that and be like, we got this in the bag. We're already favorites to win it. It really just comes down to what motivates you and how you take coaching and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just specific to.
Exactly. And if something like that was going to distract you, you had bad leadership anyway, and it was going to be something else. If it wasn't that, it was going to be something else.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. We're going deep in the movie thing. Ant VR said, unless you're tricked into ingesting it, a la Hunger Games. But the point is, it still requires an ingestion of it. That's very well done, Ant. Very well done.
I was thinking
we're doing movies and stuff today.
I was about to say, I was thinking the Princess Bride when they were just doing the switching the cups thing.
What was the other one? That was a great scene, by the way. The other one that had that, it was it 9 to 5? Was that what it was called? With Dolly Parton, Jane Fonda, and Lily Tomlin?
Yeah.
I think that one had something like that in there as well. So
oh, yeah. That had one.
Well
I mean, I think Kingsman had that in it, too. Yeah. From Bayside Tiger 6, buy, sell, hold. Staff continuity played a big role in not just taking production, but also potential in this portal class.
No, I don't know make the case why staff continuity mattered to that, Trev. I don't know that I think that had a whole lot to do with it. When they landed the place where they landed their biggest pickups was at a place where you had just hired a new coach during the portal process.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think that played a part of it. I think it's selling the vision on why they should come to Notre Dame. They brought in kids with a lot of years of eligibility, and it's Notre Dame is a front runner to win a national championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then buy, sell, hold. Mike Mickens should be on the Mount Rushmore of Notre Dame assistants.
He's in the conversation. He's on mine. I mean, mine are Harry Heastan, Barry Alvarez, Urban Meyer, and Mike Mickens. And you could even say Urban Meyer shouldn't be on there because even though he was a great coach, those weren't great teams. That's very fair. And you could replace him with Joe Moore. Reason I would go with Joe Moore is I'm familiar with what Joe Moore did by reputation, but I wasn't like studying Joe Moore's offensive lines back in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like, whereas I've gone back and watched Barry Alvarez's defenses and studied them. I haven't done that with Joe Moore, but fine, replace Urban Meyer because you could say Urban Meyer's greatness came after the fact. He was a very good assistant coach in Notre Dame, but he's on some bad teams. The other three guys were part of winners.
Yeah. Yeah, how you feel about Joe Moore is how I feel about Urban Meyer. I didn't watch him enough to like understand and appreciate what his craft was for Notre Dame wide receivers at the time. Mike Denbrock would be on mine. I mean, record-setting offenses, and then broke his own record. It's hard to leave a guy like that off.
Well, it's about time, right? Like Mike Mickens has been at Notre Dame for 6 years. This version of Mike Denbrock is kind of 2 years in. If he does it again, I know he was here in 14 fit, but some of those teams, he was also the OC on a team that went 8-5 and 4-8. That's not his fault. You know what I mean? That's part of it as well. So Harry Heaston's the O-line coach on those teams also, but give me one or two more years of Denbrock doing this, or they go out and win a championship this year, and then we'll have that. I'll be one to have that talk. Yeah.
From Bayside Tiger 6, buy one, hold one, sell one. Notre Dame wears all of these for an alternate. All black uniforms, gold jerseys with any pants version, white jerseys for a home game.
I would rather them wear. I'll buy white jerseys for a home game. I have zero desire to see all black uniforms, and I have zero desire to see all. So I'll buy white jerseys for home game, for a nickel. That's how much I'm buying that one for. I'm gonna sell gold jerseys with any pant version, and I'm gonna hold the all black uniforms all the way until I get to the trash can, and then I'm gonna throw them in the trash can. So I don't like any of those options. To be honest with you.
Yeah, between all of it, I'm with you. I don't want any one of them. I'd probably buy the white jerseys for the home games. I'd probably hold all black unis, and then I would sell gold, like all gold jerseys.
I just don't think you're ever going to make that look good with your current helmets. I just don't. Here's what I would like to see, and I know that I've sensed that I would be in the minority here, but I would still love to see the all blue for a home game. I would really love to see that.
I could be on board with that.
The all navy blue. Yep.
Yeah, the Shamrock Series game in 2024 opened my eyes to blue on blue.
Yep. And that wasn't even like the kind of blue I'm that I'm talking about. But yes, that solid. Like some of my favorite Notre Dame uniforms were solid colors. I'm a big fan of solid color uniforms. Like when a team has a good color scheme. When Michigan first rocked the all blue, I was like, dude, that's a lot sweeter than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I like Clemson when they go the all orange. That's my favorite Clemson combination. When Notre Dame did the all green in 15, I was like, dude, those look sweet. Now they didn't look great on TV, but they look great in person. The all blue you mentioned was like, because I hated it when it first came out. Do you remember that? I was like, I hate this. It's so like, it looks like a freaking comic book thing, which was kind of the point, I guess. But then you actually see it and you're like, okay, dude, this is actually kind of sweet. And then you see it on TV and you're like, okay, yeah, this is actually really sweet.
There's only some colors and some teams that I like the monochromatic uniforms. Like I don't like the all scarlet for Ohio State. That's a lot of red. Like that. Yes. Like that one's very okay.
Yeah.
Like, man,
didn't they wear that in the playoffs for Ohio State last year? Or Tennessee last year.
For the Tennessee game.
I kind of dug that a little bit. To be honest with you, yeah.
I was not a fan. It's a lot of red.
That is a lot of red. That was a lot of red. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, but like when Tennessee's gone all orange, I thought
Yep.
that was sweet. I mean, but see, here's the thing: a lot of the teams that I like, Clemson's one of the anomalies in that I like they're all orange, even though their helmets are orange. I normally don't like it when your helmet's the same color because then it's like, okay, this is a bit much. Clemson's I did, and Michigan's had enough yellow in their helmet to make it pop. But I would, if you're going to give me an alternate uniform that they haven't done already, it would be all blue.
Yeah.
Like
Agreed.
they're Notre Dame blue, like the color of their jersey and their pants match. That would be sweet.
I like that. That'd be sweet.
I would probably want to see that for a day game. I don't know how that would be. Notre Dame Stadium's kind of dark.
Yeah.
I would be very curious how that would go with the quarterbacks finding the receivers in that game, but I still think that would be sweet.
I am excited the Shamrock Series comes back this year. I hope they have some dope uniforms for that.
Yes, agree.
From Father J. Pop by So Hold, Wisconsin and Michigan State represent potentially 2 top 5 difficulty games on Notre Dame's schedule next year.
So are the 4 that we can agree on, or the 3 that we can agree on, I believe, Trev, is going to be Miami, SMU, and BYU, correct?
Yes.
Do we agree that Navy has a shot to be one of those top 4 or 5?
Oh, schematically, I always put Navy in the top 5 anyways.
And they're still talented. I know they lose Horvath, which is a blow, but like I said, the kid that replaced him last year ran for 100 yards on Notre Dame and also ran for 100 yards coming off the bench against South Florida in an upset win.
Yep.
So let's talk who the next best teams are on the schedule. Michigan State and Stanford are certainly, Michigan State and Wisconsin are certainly in the conversation, but honestly, I don't know. It could be way off here, but I think North Carolina might be in this conversation as well. Because I look at it partly, Trevor, on not just who you play, but where you play them. And that's going to be a road game compared to Michigan State being at home and Wisconsin being the opener. I would say Wisconsin, of the 2, Wisconsin has the better chance. So I don't have both of them in there. So I'll sell them both being in there. Potentially 2 top 5. Not both of them. I think Michigan State at home in week 3 is just not going to be that difficult of a game. But Wisconsin definitely would be there for me. Because he says potentially. He doesn't say no doubt about it. They're locked in. Yeah. I think Wisconsin I can buy. Because Trev, you've talked about it. And you're going to have I'm sure you talked about it in the article you put out today that published it too. They had a very good portal offseason. Very good portal. See, Buck agrees. He agrees. Very good portal offseason.
He's fired up about their portal session.
Yes,
honestly.
he is.
No, I would also, maybe by process of elimination they are. I would also put Syracuse in that. I have no idea what they're going to look like by the end of the season if Steve Angeli's healthy. You're on the road. Is it something that you overlook? What happens if Notre Dame walks into that game 11-0 and you got a scrappy 6-5 Syracuse team on the road that has nothing better to do than to upset you? Mm-hmm. They're already bowl eligible. They're not going to be competing for the conference title in the playoffs. And I'm sure Fran Brown remembers that 70-7 spot.
You think? Yes, he does. Yeah.
So I would, for more, not necessarily the talent on the teams, but for the narratives of the game and the timing of them, I think Syracuse might also have an argument to be in the top 5 over one of Wisconsin or Michigan State.
Agree. If you'd have said Michigan or Wisconsin or Michigan State could represent, then I'd say yeah, for sure.
Agreed.
But I just can't go with both of them. Not this year. Maybe Michigan State next year.
Yeah, year 2 of Pat Fitzgerald. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Biso Hold, the first 3 games of next year's season likely represents a greater challenge than the last 3.
That's a incredibly difficult, easy sell for me. A vicious sell. Wisconsin, Rice, and Michigan State, and then you got Boston College, Syracuse, and SMU. I get where you're coming from with this because you're looking at Syracuse and BC. Totally get it. But SMU is so significantly greater than any of those other teams in the first 3 that I would say no. And in the last 3, Trev, arguably the best team you're going to play all year outside of Miami is going to be in that last stretch. So, I can't go there. I can't go there. You could argue 2 and 3 are better, in that stretch. I mean, you could argue that. I would still say no because I don't think that Rice beats a healthy BC or Stanford. I mean, or Syracuse. So, yeah, sell. Like, strongly sell that one.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Adam G. Notre Dame will win the national championship, and Marcus Freeman will look to build a dynasty and stay for another 5 years.
I'm going to hope by that one, Trev. We don't need to spend a lot of time on it. Just that'd be the perfect world. Yes,
100%.
Yep.
And buy, sell, hold. Leonard Moore will go down as the best corner at Notre Dame since Todd Light, and this year's secondary will be top 5 in Notre Dame history.
I mean, you could argue that he's already done that since Todd Light. If you'd have said best ever, I'd say hold on a second. Like, there's some other guys would like a word, but since Todd Light, I mean, what did he do last year that hasn't? What did he not do last year that he would need to do to prove that? I mean, he won. He was a unanimous All-American. I think he was better last year than what Julian Love was during his unanimous All-American season. He was a freshman All-American. I think you could argue he's already done that, but I certainly, Adam, by the end of this year, that will not be a contest.
I mean, I would argue that this season, especially if he goes out and does something like wins the Thorpe Award, I mean, he might have the opportunity to surpass Todd Light because Todd Light wasn't able to do that. He was a finalist, I believe, but he's more so in that discussion than best sense. I think he's already there. I don't know. I mean, can you think of anybody you would put above Leonard Moore at corner?
Well, I think if you're going to talk about decorated, then there's guys you could consider maybe. Julian Love was pretty good for 2 years. He was also unanimous All-American. Shane Walton, I believe, is unanimous All-American. I think Shane had like 7 picks the year he was the unanimous All-American. So, like, just from a sheer recognition standpoint, you can say guys are on his level, and we could debate, the impact. And Julian had his year on a team that went undefeated. I mean, that's a part of it as well. Julian was a unanimous All-American for a Notre Dame team that went 12-0 and made the college football playoffs. Leonard Moore did not, but that's a team award. And Julian stayed healthy, and Leonard Moore did not. You know what I mean? Like, there's things that you could argue in that regard, Trev. But as far as like just sheer dominance and who's the better player, that he's already done that, in my opinion.
Yep,
he was that good this year, yeah.
He's one of my favorite players to go back and watch film on.
Yep. Notre Dame secondary will be top 5 in Notre Dame history. I mean, it's got a chance to be, but like right now, I got to hold on that until I know who the secondary coach is going to be.
100%.
But had Mike Mickens stayed, there's a very real possibility this could be the case. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not saying it won't be the case. I'm just saying I can't say that. I'm someone who has always said coaching matters. Why are you so hard on coaches? Because I think coaching matters. Like, how else do you explain Indiana? You know what I mean? Like, how else do you explain Notre Dame? I mean, coaching matters. It absolutely matters. And so I'm not someone who's like, just plug in any coach that you want. Go hire a guy who's never led a room before. No, that's not me. I think coaching matters. And so I got to know who the coach is before I can say that they're going to be that.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I mean, look at Notre Dame's defense this past year. I mean, like, especially in the first couple games, we were like, look, when you got guys like this coming back, you just have to like not be, we remember those conversations that we had preseason. Coaching absolutely matters. You can have the best stars in the world, but if they're not put in position to succeed, it doesn't matter. From Kerry Later, buy, sell, hold. With the changes, the turnover on defensive coaching staff, Notre Dame's defense will have a slow start to the season and will still become a top 15 defense after they beat Syracuse, assuming the new DB coach is not actively detrimental.
If the new DB coach is not actively detrimental, then I think that you're going to see much better than top 15 defense.
Mm-hmm.
If he makes a good hire in the secondary coach, it's like, here's the thing, folks, we have to understand. If he's a good coach whose ego is not so great that he doesn't want to come in and say, I know Mike Mickens did all this. We're going to blow all that up. Forget everything he taught you. We're going to do it my way. Unless Marcus Freeman hires someone who is that egotistical, who's also not a good coach, then I don't see the secondary taking a big step back. The question is, can they get better?
Yep.
And if they simply repeat what they did last year, then they're going to be better than a top 15 defense because they're going to have a top 5 linebacker room and a top 5 defensive line, in my opinion. So if he's the only way this doesn't happen is if he is an actively detrimental coach. And Marcus Freeman has made a lot of hires that have worked out really well. He's made some hires that didn't work out great. There's only one hire he's made his entire tenure so far that's actively been detrimental to the staff, to the team. And he fired that guy the season that became an issue.
Yeah.
So I don't see him hiring someone like that. Will this be a great hire? That I got to see. Will this be a terrible hire? That would surprise me a little bit.
Agreed. And also to the first part of this, Kerry, I'm also going to say that they're going to have a slow start to the season. It is still year 2 of Chris Ash. And there's going to be a lot of players that are familiar with what he runs. Al Washington is still going to be your run game coordinator. Unless it is purposely a bad hire, which I have full confidence in that it won't purposely be a bad hire, I just don't think they start slow either. I really don't.
Agree.
Another one from Kerry. Buy, sell, hold. With the way that the finalized schedule lines up, there's no trap game that is as dangerous as Marshall or Louisville in 23 was. I can't see Boston College or Stanford presenting similar challenges, but maybe I underestimate Stanford.
I would argue Navy is a trap game for Notre Dame this year. I mean, that's right before Miami. Like, I would argue that could potentially be a trap game. Yeah.
For how it sets up on the schedule, I agree. I think it would be tough, like from a preparation standpoint, to have a team that you start preparing for in the summer be a trap game.
It's a focus thing.
Yeah.
Are you looking past Navy to that Miami game coming up the next week?
That's absolutely.
That's why it's a trap game. And if you lose, to your point, if you lose focus on that team and that offense, that's how it could be a struggle.
Sure.
I think the other thing too is I think that next year's Stanford team is probably still going to have more talent than the 2022 Stanford team that beat Notre Dame. So I still think Stanford can be a trap game. So, yeah, Notre Dame's going to be way more talented next year. Yeah, they were also way more talented than Northern Illinois in 2024. Yeah.
I don't know if I would call it a trap game, but a game that I'm worried about, and maybe this is just my Notre Dame PTSD kicking in. I mean, Rice. I mean, I just did their opponent preview, but it's like it's a short week. They're playing Wisconsin on Sunday and then turning right back around and playing Rice the following Saturday.
And they're not worse than Northern Illinois was.
Nope. It's like, are you looking forward too much to Michigan State? A rivalry renewed for the megaphone. You overlook Rice. You're, taking shortcuts because you want your team to rest up on a short week. I don't know. Now, luckily, it's not like you have an insane amount of travel ahead of you.
Right. I mean, they may fly, but it's a very quick flight or a 4-hour bus trip. I mean, it's not a bad trip. It really isn't. Not a game you should lose, to Trev's point, but I mean, they beat UConn last year. UConn was a 9-win team. So, but that's a team you should smash.
Yeah.
But so was Northern Illinois.
Yep.
So was Stanford 2022.
Yep.
So we're selling that.
From Son of Donald, buy, sell, hold. Freeman nailing the new DB coach hire, i.e. secondary doesn't miss a beat, would boost fan confidence in him more than my predicted undefeated 2026 September will.
Buy. If you can successfully replace Mike Mickens, then you buy yourself a lot of trust from the fan base. If you botch this hire, then you lose a lot of trust from the fan base. On top of already there being some frustrations about him flirting with the NFL and some other things, I think, that would hurt it. But if you nail that hire, you buy a lot of grace and a lot of goodwill and trust in the Notre Dame fan base. A Notre Dame fan base that is already bent towards trusting and having faith in you. Yes.
It would boost my confidence. Just not this roller coaster emotion of every other week something good happens and something bad happens and something good happens and something bad happens. Like that would just be just a month of nothing would boost my confidence so much.
As I pointed out to somebody on the message board earlier today, the last time Notre Dame had an offseason like that was between 2015 and 2016. No drama off the field. Every single coach came back. All that they only had to deal with was losing guys to the NFL. That's it. And that season didn't turn out super great. So I get where you're coming from, but Yeah. As long as he gets it right, it's all that matters, right? Like the portal class, the process was terrible and result was good. I'm not saying repeat it next year, but it was good. Yeah. It'd be nice. Be very nice.
Wouldn't it? Getting into part 4 of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We have Son of Donald keeping us going here. We have buy one, sell one, hold one, actually. So CJ Carr leads the country in yards per attempt in 2026. CJ Carr throws for 3,600 yards in 12 games, or CJ chooses to return in 2027.
That's a great question. I mean, the easiest one to buy is he leads the nation in yards per attempt. I mean, he was not that far off from that this year. I mean, he averaged 9.4 yards per attempt. The leader in the nation was 9.5. He was a better game against USC away from, you know what I mean? Like that already being true. So I'll buy that one. 3,600 yards in 12 games. What is that's average? Let's see. That is
300 yards a game.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold that one, and I'm gonna sell that he comes back for 2027, just because of what my predictions are for the team. But I really hope that I'm wrong on that one.
I'm with you. I mean, I'm in the same order, but if he does the first two, I feel pretty good about selling the third one.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yep. Okay, I hit it. There we go.
From Robert Garzanelli, with the improved D-line, the defense will finish with 40-plus sacks in 2026.
Robert, first of all, man, I hope you're feeling better. Hope you're doing better. Still praying for you, buddy. With the improved D-line, the defense will finish with 40-plus sacks. I'll buy that. I mean, look at where they were this year, Trev. I mean, in 12 games, they had 34.
Yeah.
And that was with them doing like nothing in the first couple games of the year. They had one sack in the first 2 games.
Yep.
They never had another game with less than 2 after that.
Yeah. Which is crazy because one of those games also included against a triple option team. If they make the postseason, they blow past 40.
They had 2 sacks in that. Yep. 2 sacks in that game. And depending on where they were seated, they might have blown past that in the first round.
Agreed.
Depending on who you played. But yeah, I'll absolutely buy that. I mean, they were at 40 in 2024. So in 16 games. So yeah, and I think this team will be better rushing the quarterback even than that team was. So yeah, I'll buy that one.
And then CJ Carr will improve and finish with a completion percentage of above 70%.
It's possible. It's possible. I just think that Mike Denbrock really likes to throw the ball down the field. And it's hard for me to predict that he's going to have a 70+% completion percentage. I mean, Jaden Daniels was at 72.2. He wasn't that high above 70 in the year he won the Heisman Trophy, and he was throwing to Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas and against an SEC slate that year that wasn't loaded with great defenses. You know what I'm saying? So that would be quite impressive. And I think that the rate for which CJ throws the ball down the field is going to be greater than what Jaden Daniels did in 2023. So I'm going to sell it, but I don't sell it with a lot of conviction. I could see, he was at 66 point. Well, I'm just going to say it. Let me see here. Let me see what it was. He was I know he's a 66. Yeah. Okay. We'll just leave it at this. He was above 66% this year, close to 67%. And that's as a freshman. But here's the reason why it's possible. And we don't talk about this a whole lot. Notre Dame didn't have a lot of drop balls this year. And a big reason that Notre Dame doesn't have a lot of drop balls this year, and this could be, I'm actually looking up the data. This was kind of my take on it and how I viewed it. And I'm actually looking up the numbers now. Yeah, they only had 10 drop passes this year. That's less than 1 per game. They had 26 the year before. Jordan Faison had 6 the year before. And this past year, he had 2. And he was targeted 22 more times. Now, part of that is Jordan Faison improving as a player. Another part of it is CJ Carr throws one of the most catchable passes I've ever seen from Notre Dame quarterback. The only quarterback that's ever been close is Jimmy Clausen. He throws spirals nonstop. His ball placement's elite, and he throws with zip, but he doesn't overpower the ball to where like it's going through dudes' hands on dig routes, where he's throwing at 100 miles an hour. That factors into it. And when you have fewer drops, it increases your overall completion percentage, obviously, and makes it more possible. So I'm going to sell it, but I don't sell it with great conviction. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think he's going to be close. I definitely think he's going to be close, but I'll sell it for now. Would not surprise me if I was wrong. Another one from Robert Garzanelli. Buy, sell, hold. Kedron Young will be too good to keep off the field and gets more rushing attempts as the second half of the season goes along than Aeneas Williams.
I'd definitely buy that, Trev. I mean, I don't think Kedron will be like the focal point early in the year, but I could see by October, November, he's much more of a factor in the run game. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Falls in line with what we've been saying. You know, see a world where Kedron leads the room in rushing attempts, but Aeneas leads the room in total touches, 100%. From Fat Fish, offensive philosophy, Sean McVay, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald.
Honestly, I don't know enough about any of their – like I know a little bit about Sean McVay, but I've said this before. I don't watch a lot of NFL, Trev, so if you have something you want to offer to this one, feel free. I don't have a whole lot to add to this. I'll let you take a crack at it.
Yeah, I would probably go I'll buy Ben Johnson. He was able to turn that Bears offense around, and I think he utilizes all of his weapons the correct way. This is going to probably shock some people. I'm going to hold Mike McDonald. I like what they've done in Seattle. I like what he's done in Seattle so
Who's
far.
his OC? Because Mike McDonald's the defensive coach.
He is.
I'm looking it up right now. Looking up to see who the Seahawks offensive coordinator is. Let me see here. But anyway, you can keep going. I'll look it up. You can keep talking about where you're, how you see this, why you have, because I mean, people are going to obviously, like you said, that's a surprising pick. But you have holding like McDonald's, that means you're selling Sean McVay. So do explain, dear friend.
Yeah. Look, here's my issue with Sean McVay. He has the I need to prove I'm the smartest guy on the field syndrome. Like, how in the world do you give Kyron Williams one touch the entire fourth quarter? I just don't understand how that works. You have a Pro Bowl running back and you lost a game by one possession and he got one touch the entire fourth quarter.
Who can catch the ball?
Like, I understand you have toys like Matt Stafford and Devontae Smith and Puka Nacua. I get that completely. But sometimes the smartest coach in the room is doing the simple stuff. You know, if it's 3rd and 1, you don't have to run an end around to Puka. You can just hand the ball off to Kyron Williams, the first running back in the Rams franchise since Steven Jackson to have back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. That's my issue with Sean McVay. Like, him being a genius is his biggest attribute, and it's also his biggest flaw. Sometimes the easiest thing is just taking what the defense gives you, and it doesn't have to be all this. So that's why I would sell him. Like, I love him as an offensive-minded at his best, but
I mean, it explains why their offense was good. He hired Clint Kubiak. I mean, you hired Gary Kubiak's kid. You know what I mean? It's the Broncos lineage right there, buddy.
There you go.
Who'd Gary Kubiak play behind? Greatest quarterback ever. Who was the GM when Gary Kubiak won a Super Bowl? Greatest quarterback ever. Just saying.
There you
Drawing
go.
some lines here, Trev. Drawing some lines.
There you go.
No bias whatsoever here, right? Totally fair analysis.
From Fat Fish, buy, sell, hold. 3 highly rated players that could have panned out differently with different circumstances. 1, James Aldridge. 2, Max Redfield. 3, Ishaq Williams.
Oh, can I just buy them all? Like, oh my gosh, yes. I'll buy James Aldridge because his was the most unfortunate, and his was the least that had anything to do with him. He blew a knee out in high school and was never the same athlete. Like, James Aldridge, before his high school knee injury, was a beast. He was so good. He just was never the same back after that. That's not his fault. The other two kids had sort of some self-inflicted wounds. No pun intended. Of that, I would say that Max is I would hold Max because I think Max wanted to be good. I think Max lacked some of the leadership needed, and he made some of his own bad decisions. But I think part of that was just an overall lack of discipline and leadership within the football program as a whole during that tenure of Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell Ishak because while I agree all three of them could have panned out very differently, he's the one guy who I think didn't pan out because of his own choices more than anybody else. I think I don't know that he really wanted to be great until it was too late. And that's why I would go there. But I would go in that. I think James Aldridge I'd easily buy because that's the one that wasn't due to his own making.
Yeah.
Blew his knee out in high school. Yeah.
Yep. We have the same order, but I always do think about what Max Redfield would have looked like in a Mike Mickens led room. And if that would have eliminated some of the self-inflicted
and just some of the maturity and the push he would have got, no doubt. Because from talking to people that know Max, I mean, the guy we wish he would have been back then, he is now.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he wasn't a bad kid. It was more about like just being young and immature and not having the proper structure it was part of the football program to help mold those young people. That's what I say is so important. I mean, I'm so glad that I had people in my life that didn't let me act how I wanted to act when I was 18, 19, 20 years old, because it would not have been good. I did have a dad who was, I mean, Max did as well. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, I'm talking about my experience. I'm glad I had a dad, for example, who was on me and made sure that I was, you understand, when you represent our family when you're out there acting a certain way, you know what I mean? And taught me respect and things like that. And you need that, especially when you get away from home, because then dad's not walking into the room, when I get home after curfew. I don't have a curfew. I have to make those decisions now. And you have to hope that you raised your kid enough well to do that. But I still think there needs to be a coaching staff that understands these are still young people that are learning to be men, and we have to make sure we're doing our part. And I don't think there was enough of that under Brian Kelly at a lot of positions. And so I think under this regime, I think Max would have been way better. To Treb's point, I agree with you completely. But again, some of that was still Max's choices as a young
100%.
person. Like a lot of us, he made bad decisions when he was younger, like I did, like you did, like a lot of us did. And so just wish he had a little bit more mentorship in the program, because his parents were thousands of miles away in California, and that's why, I've had a lot of parents say, like, when you choose a school, for a lot of parents in Notre Dame, it's, I'm passing off the responsibility of developing my son to you now for a big chunk of the year. Like, I'm going to play my role, but I'm hundreds and thousands of miles away. I can't be there. I'm now trusting that you're going to take on some of that ownership of helping to take that next step towards his development as a person.
Yeah.
Forget the football part, as a person. And that wasn't always happening back then.
Shoot, I didn't make the right decisions. My parents were 150 miles away. That's how it goes.
Yep.
Another one from Fat Fish. Buy, sell, hold 2000s iconic catches. Samardzij's one-handed versus Purdue in 2005. David Grimes' incomplete diving catch versus Stanford in 2007. Or Miles Boykin one-handed touchdown versus LSU in 2017.
Oh, such a bad call. Such a bad call. I'm going to buy the Miles Boykin one-handed TD because that one had way more on the line. Obviously, the one with David Grimes, they ruled it incomplete, so I got to sell that one. Unfortunately, it was a great catch, but unfortunately, it was ruled incomplete. I'm going to hold the Samardzija one. That was that post route where he dives near the goal line and catches a great catch. But they blew Purdue out that game, and they still would have if he doesn't make that catch. I don't know that Notre Dame beats LSU if Miles doesn't make that catch, and the degree of difficulty was not quite as tough as Samardzij's was. Samardzij's was the toughest catch. But the one about Miles is he had to catch it, stay up, shake a guy, then make another guy miss, then sprint to the end zone. Where Samardzija just had, and Grimes just had to dive and catch. And they were great catches. But Miles had to do more than just, I mean, if he dives and catches it and gets tackled right there, they're still not in field goal range.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he had to then do some stuff with it. So that's why I would go with Miles.
Agreed. Yeah. We have the same order. And what's even more crazy about that is that Grimes catch, the incomplete catch, wasn't even the craziest play in that game that didn't stand. That interception at the end of the first half that they ran like some Cal Stanford lateral reverse stuff didn't count because Trevor Law's roughed the quarterback.
I'm going to have to go. I don't remember that. I'm going to have to go back and watch that.
Yeah, it was crazy. That. Like it was like they were talking about how Tom Zbikowski kind of led it because he was an option quarterback in high school and he was going and making a bunch of different pitches and it didn't count at the end of the play. But it was nuts. It went for a touchdown.
That's all. I'll have to go back and look at that. And what's crazy is that USC team or that Stanford team in 2007 beat USC.
Dang.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah. Wow.
And USC beat Notre Dame 38-0. That's why you can't ever say, well, this team beat that team and that team lost to that team or whatever. And that's why it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good one. Those are fun. Those are good off-season ones. Yeah.
From PQ, what it do? Buy, sell, hold. Someone not named Faison or Greathouse will finish top 2 in receiving yards on the team this season.
I'm going to sell it because somebody's going to have to step up and show that to me, but that's certainly possible. I could see a Quincy Porter. I could see a Mylan Graham, somebody like that stepping up and having a big year. Absolutely. I could see that. I'm going to sell it because I need to – those guys have 10 career catches combined. But it's possible. They have the talent to do so, certainly. And, I mean, I could even see – some breakout from a tight end. That would surprise me more than the others, but I could see something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I could see a Cam Williams breakout this year, Micah Gilbert breakout this year. So there's plenty of legitimate candidates to do that. But for right now, I'm going to sell it.
And then the third leading rusher on the team will have over 450 yards.
I'm gonna sell that one. I'm gonna sell that one. I wanted to kind of hope by it and talk about playoffs, but the odds of the third rusher getting a lot of yards in the postseason is not great.
Yeah.
I mean, this year your number 3 had 224. The year before, I mean, you had 746, but that your third guy had 746, but that was because you had a quarterback that was literally a running quarterback. Before that, only one guy went over 450. Year before that, 2, but Chris Tyree was close. And that was a team that, again, didn't throw the ball very much. Only one guy in 21. 3. See, again, in 2020, you had 3, including Ian Book. But, again, he was a running quarterback. Yeah, I mean, last time that even came close to happening was – I mean, it hasn't even come close to happening. So, yeah. So,
I'm also going to sell it.
Here's what I'll say. The only way that this happens if there's an injury, in my opinion, and the number 3 guy has to step up and play 2-3 games is the number 2. That is what I could see. Something like that.
From Domer Grizz, buy, sell, hold. Jimmy Lake would actually be a viable candidate to replace Mickens.
I mean, I don't know a lot about what Jimmy Lake has done since his tenure at Washington when he got unceremoniously fired in the middle of the season because of how he treated his players. But what I do know is Jimmy Lake for a long time had a great reputation as a great developer of defensive backs and a great recruiter. I've pointed to Mike Mickens had to beat out Jimmy Lake and Nick Saban to get Benjamin Morrison in 2022. Jimmy Lake also wanted Benjamin Morrison. And that was when he was putting like the Gordon kid, Kyler Gordon. He had the other DB that Notre Dame wanted that was very good. He was pumping out some DBs at Washington back then. I think he's with the Rams now, right?
That sounds right.
But I would need to know more about how his players interact with him and how he is with his players and how he develops young people. Like, does he have a passion for developing, taking these boys and turning them into men and on and off the field? Like, I don't know enough about him in that regard. But what I do know is when he was in college as a position coach, he was considered an elite position coach. Just because he failed as a D coordinator and head coach doesn't mean he doesn't change what you were. Some people just aren't meant to be coordinators or head coaches. You know what I mean? And maybe as the head coach, he treated players differently, and that created some problems. And I don't have a clue, and I don't want to speculate, but that would be my only question mark. But as a developer of players and as a recruiter, he had a great reputation. So Trent McDuffie, Jason Rose, thank you for that. I couldn't remember. I remember Kyler Gord, but I couldn't remember the other cornerback they had. It was Trent McDuffie. And they also had safeties they were putting in the NFL. They had that other tall corner that he put in the NFL that blew his knee out. Remember that kid? It was really good. He blew his knee out in NFL draft prep. But, I mean, he was pumping out. I mean, he was basically the Mike Mickens of the early to mid, to late 2010s. You know what I mean, Trev? Like he was Mike Mickens before Mike Mickens. Gotcha. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At Washington. But again, I don't know if those other things are there. But I would at least talk to him and do some research on him if it was up to me. I have no problem with that at all.
From podcasts like B Drisk today. Love it. Buy, sell, hold. These position groups will be the best in the country this upcoming year. Safety, cornerback, defensive line.
Well, I'm going to that's tough because I want to buy all three. I'm going to sell cornerback. I'm going to sell defensive line because there's still a lot of questions about who's going to step up and who's going to, there's new guys and guys got to step up. I'm going to sell them because they're the least proven established of the group, right? And part of me wants to sell corners or safety because of the new coach. But let's just say this new coach is just a dude, don't screw it up kind of guy. I would buy safeties and hold corners. The reason I'm going to hold corners is because the cornerback room is going to depend on a newcomer at least in one spot, whether it's a newcomer at nickel or a newcomer on the field. If they move Christian Gray inside, there's a chance that it could rely on it. Whereas the safety room, it's like, dude, these are your guys. You know who your starters are. You know who your backups are. And that's an established room. Where cornerback is like you got some new transfers. You've got two young, talented, rising sophomores that still have to learn the game. You got an incoming freshman class. Like the talent is enormous at cornerback. And you have your best football player plays corner as well, and you've got tons of experience. But when I think corner, I also include the nickel. And that's where I have a little bit of hesitation. But if you just were to go with the two outside guys, then I'd still probably hold it because I think Adon and Tay were pretty special last year as well. But you could pick any of those, and I wouldn't argue with you.
Yeah, it's very close. I'm also going to sell D-line. I'm inclined to take corner. This is just a personal belief of mine, but it's hard for me to say that you have like one of the best position groups if you also don't have like the best player in the country, and that's what the cornerback room has.
Sure.
So I'll probably buy corner, hold safety, sell D-line.
They're all going to be really good.
Yeah.
I wanted to say buy.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do. Like
honestly.
Buy, very well done.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. Teams you want to play in the playoffs next year: Ohio State, USC, Alabama.
This is actually, I think I might surprise you a little bit with this one, Trevor. But let's see. Buy, sell, hold. That I'm going to surprise Trevor with this one. I'm going to buy Ohio State. That's the easy one. I'm going to hold Alabama, and I'm going to sell USC. And here's why. The Ohio State one's obvious. I've said this before. That's one of the teams that they own Notre Dame right now. Marcus Freeman's done a lot of good things except beat Ohio State. He's 0-3.
Yep.
And I want to do that. I want to beat Ohio State. That's just simple as that. You got to beat Ohio State. You can't be the best team in the country if you're not the best team in the Midwest. Right? I mean, that's common sense. And right now there's two teams in the Midwest that are better on the field than you this season. Just on results, right? Ohio State and Indiana. I don't know that Indiana has a better program, but like 2025, they were the better team. Notre Dame was better in 24, will be better in 2026. But I just feel like that Columbus animal is just one that you've got to tame. You've got to tame that beast. I'm holding Bama because three years ago, Bama was my buy because they had owned you. But beating Bama now is important, but it's not as important as it was when Nick Saban was still there. But it's still important. You want to go down and you want to play one of the SEC powerhouses in the postseason and you want to beat them. I'm going to sell USC because been there, done that a lot lately. And I don't really care to see USC in the playoffs. I don't want to see Lincoln Riley get rewarded for ducking Notre Dame. And I feel like him making the playoffs would be like a reward for ducking Notre Dame. And I don't know that you're going to get a lot of respect for beating USC the same way you will for beating Bama and Ohio State. Those are my reasons for that. Does that surprise you, Trevor? Because I feel like a lot of people are going to think that I'm going to buy or hold USC, and I didn't. I sold them.
It surprised me initially, but when you gave your rationale, I like the answer. Yeah, I like the answer. I like that a lot.
You got to slay that Ohio State dragon, dude. You've got to.
I'm going to buy USC in the first round in South Bend in December. I'm going to hold off on Ohio State until the quarters or the semifinals or the national championship. And I'm going to sell my ticket to the Alabama game because I don't want to do all that traveling to watch Notre Dame win by 30.
You have learned from the master. Your training is now complete. That was such a great answer.
Thank you, sir.
That is such a great answer. I feel like, is this like what a proud papa feels like when his son, like, grows up and he's like, starts talking like his dad? Is that kind of like that moment? Is that what that feels like? Because that's how
probably.
I feel right now. This is how I feel right now. Like, I'm so proud of you for that answer. And Vince said, great petty answer, Trev. Oh. I agree.
Thank you,
That's
Vince.
a great answer, dude.
Thank you.
As soon as you said buy USC, I was like, oh, I know where he's going with this one. Very well done, buddy. Very well done.
Oh, appreciate you. Another one from podcasts like Beedrisk today. Buy, sell, hold. The atmosphere for the Miami game on November 7th will be the best home atmosphere for a regular season game at Notre Dame in the past 20 years.
Barring Miami being terrible, I absolutely buy this. Oh, Notre Dame fans are chomping at the bit to play Miami. And as long as they're ranked, oh, man, that atmosphere is going to be electric. And it's going to probably be a night game.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's going to be a crazy atmosphere.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy atmosphere. Oh, yes. It might be crazier than the playoff game if Miami's really good.
Oh, I think so. The atmosphere,
if they're a one-loss top 10 team, Trav, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, bro. The atmosphere for the playoff game was electric, but it was a different kind of electric. It was like a new electric because we hadn't experienced it before. Football in December, that's great. This one will be like old school, like 1988 rivalry-esque. I'm not saying it'll be that, but
hate.
Man.
It will be hate. And nothing fuels an atmosphere in sports like hatred of the other team.
Correct.
Genuine hatred of the other team. You are 100% correct. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just praying that Miami is a top 5 to 7 team when they come into Notre Dame Stadium. Praying. Oh, goodness.
Notre Dame will have 4 first-round draft picks in next year's NFL draft.
All right, so I've got CJ Carr and Leonard Moore.
Yeah.
Potentially Boubacar. And then one of Tay, Bryce, Gerby, Jagasol. It's possible. I'll buy it as possible, but I'm not ready to jump on that bandwagon yet because a lot of the potential first-round picks have a lot to prove. Even CJ Carr. I mean, CJ Carr being a first-round pick is based on CJ Carr making normal first-year to second-year starting improvement. I don't think he's going to have to be better than he was this past year. Actually, I shouldn't say that because they overdraft quarterbacks. But, he'll need to just show normal growth. And if he does, then I think he'll be a first-round pick. Same with Leonard. I mean, I think those two are locks. The other two, Boubacar's not a lock. Bryce Young's not a lock. Tay Johnson's not a lock. Don Schuler, Drake Bowen, Gerby, Jags, Knapp's another potential one. I don't think those guys are locks. So, yeah, they all have a lot to prove. CJ and Leonard are the most obvious. But there's 4 or 5 other guys that could potentially be first-round picks next year, and you only need 2 of them to be that. for that. So I'll buy it as a possibility. I don't think it's nuts to consider that at all. At all.
No, especially if they have the season we think that they're going to.
Yeah. Because it won't happen without Boubacar and Bryce and Jags and exactly. And people say Jags could fall for injury concerns. I get that, but his latest injury was not related to playing football. As long as he tests medically, clears everything, like if he's the player we think he's going to be, I mean, folks, he's getting first-round NFL draft projections for next year by people that I don't consider nut jobs for 3 games. If he plays a full season, then someone will take a chance on him late in the first round. I mean, that's just a legit possibility, assuming he passed the medical tests. That's my big concern. But I just want to see him start a regular season game first. Is that asking too much, Trev?
Well, no, it's not. But
he hasn't done that yet. He has not started a regular season game yet.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be asking too much.
Yeah.
From Sean McCardle, buy, sell, hold with the staff seemingly targeting transfer portal entries with more potential than production and with multi-year eligibilities remaining, 7 out of the 8 transfers. This would suggest that head coach Marcus Freeman is looking at more than just 2026 as his chance to win a natty at Notre Dame.
I mean, I'll hope by that. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think that there's a couple things. Number one is Marcus Freeman is not a dumb human being. And even if Marcus Freeman knows that I would like to leave after 2026 for the NFL for the right job, he's not going to just leave for any job, for the right job. It's not guaranteed A, that job will be available, or B, that I'm going to feel the same way a year from now that I do today. Let's say, assume he feels like this is my last year. So he's going to recruit and coach and build for long-term success, no matter what he thinks may happen after next year. I also think Marcus Freeman's objectives this offseason were geared around these are the best options for team success in 2026. I don't think that – look, I'll just tell you guys something that I was told before – I was told this before Quincy Porter and Mylan Graham were considered locks to Notre Dame, and when at the time I thought Quincy Porter was like unlikely to happen. I talked to someone at Notre Dame and was told we were making really good movement with 2 big name guys. I won't say who they are, but we backed off when we found out Quincy was going to go in the portal because we wanted him over them. So this wasn't so much about the future. That's who they thought gave them the best chance in 2026. They felt Quincy Porter, with his God-given talent and with CJ Carr quarterback, gave them a better chance in 2026 than some of the other names that were on the board. So I think part of that is true. Marcus Freeman's not an idiot. Even if he thinks he's going to leave, he can't guarantee that he's going to feel that way a year from now. And he also knows that it's not given that a job that I'm going to want is going to be here a year from now. So I'm going to keep building this thing like I'm going to be here for a while. And then when that opportunity comes, then I'll take it. So I mean, I think you're reading into it a little bit. I honestly think that was a big reason those guys just gave him the best chance to win this year.
Yes. Contrary to what other people in the portal might lead you to believe, or what some other teams do in the portal may lead you to believe, the best additions for your team aren't always 5th and 6th year seniors that have started for 4 years. It's not always that. But that being said, I do think Freeman's doing a little bit of both. It's easy at one point to say, yeah, I'm going to go to the NFL this year, but it's like, depending on who wants to hire you, though. And you also don't want to be left in a situation where it's like, ooh, yeah, I'm coming back to Notre Dame, and I did a horrible job at setting myself up for success in 27. And that would also go against what Marcus Freeman always preaches. Leave something better than you found it. It's what he's told every single captain. It's what, I mean, almost every assistant coach that has left has done that. Mike Mickens did that. Dylan McCullough did that.
And that's not lip service, Trev. No. That's not lip service. Like, you can feel however you want about Marcus Freeman, but those things are not that's not lip service when he
100%.
says
100%. From T Shaup 11 buy, sell, hold. These minor inconveniences that have a chance to ruin your day. Hangnails on the big toe specifically, hitting your shin on the bed frame, or you finish a great number 2 and just find that there is no TP.
I mean, what an odd question. I mean, ruin my day. It's going to be the hangnail because that's the most long term. Buy that one, hold, the other one, and sell the last one because, I mean, I don't know about for you, but that's kind of what my wife and I have many times had to yell to the other one to salvage, or, there's always some tissues or something. I mean, no, that doesn't ruin my day. That gives me an uncomfortable 3 minutes, but it doesn't ruin my day. The other two could ruin your day, but the one that's more long-term, the hangnail, not being able to necessarily deal with that on the big toe, that's going to last a little bit longer. So that's yeah. Let's go ahead and move on past that one.
Yeah.
Person hasn't been in the chat in like a month, and this is what he comes with.
Buy, sell, hold from Dane Dad will actually have a positive impact on the secondary in this way. It will force Ash to be more personably involved in the installment and hands-on teaching of his system, meaning less confusion, improved communication, and allowing the players to think less and play fast.
I'm going to sell that because that's what he did early last year, and that was the problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't trusting your coaches enough. What he needs to do is he needs to hire someone that he trusts and explicitly, and allow them to go coach their job and say, this is what I'm asking you to do. Now go do it. And then you've got to make sure they're getting it done, but I'm going to sell that one. We have 2 more from Dane Dad, and then that'll be it for us, Trev.
Right on. Buy, sell, hold. Our running back rotation this year will see a specialized lineup. For example, Young being the short yardage goal line specialist, one of the freshmen, or James being the third down specialist.
I'm going to buy that as a possibility. I'm not going to buy it that it's definitely going to happen, but I'm going to buy it as a possibility. I could see Sider and Mike Denbrock having a desire to take advantage of different skill sets. Let's be honest about something. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price were very similar backs in regard to what you could do with them. Jeremiah was better at certain things. Jadarian was better at certain things, but they were kind of cut from the same cloth. Aeneas Williams and Kedron Young are not cut from the same cloth. They're very different types of backs. So I could see that much more so than in the past, than this past year with Jaywan Sider. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility for it. That's for sure. It's going to be very hard for me to be convinced that Aeneas Williams won't be your third down running back, seeing that he was as a true freshman. Mm-hmm. And the only reason why he wasn't this past year is because you just don't take 4 or 24 off the field in that role. But I'm with you, Brian. I buy it as a potential possibility. I get that. And then from Dane Dad 22, with how loaded with talent the D-line is, we will see the numbers of players get meaningful reps be at least 10 to 12 players, 6 to 7 defensive tackles, and 5 to 6 on the edge.
Oh, man. Consistently, no. You won't see 12 players playing against Miami if it's a close game.
Right. You'll
see 8, maybe 9. But I don't see 5 to 6 on the edge. Actually, I'm not like D tackle. There's going to be weeks we could see 6 and maybe 7. D end, I think it's going to be more 4, maybe 5. I don't think it's going to be 6. And when I think of that, I'm not talking about they got, Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Utade in with the first group late in the second quarter of the 42-10 halftime lead over Arkansas. You know what I mean? Like, what I mean is dude, the game was on the line. You got in, normal offense. We're rolling with you. That's what I mean. I don't think we're going to see that many guys. 10 would be the max. I think it's more going to be 8 consistently. And then, 3 D ends and 5 D tackles, or 4 and 4, 9 if a 4th D end and a 5th D tackle prove themselves ready to help you out. I think it's more closer. 10 would be the max that I would see in the games where it is a little bit more competitive. there will be some games, Trev, where they're like, look, we're going to get this guy involved.
Oh,
We want to get him some work, and, but it won't be like, then you get to that big game, the BYU game, and you're like, oh, I only played 8 D linemen this game, or 7 D line. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be a little bit different.
Oh, absolutely. This is something that we talked about earlier a couple of weeks ago about managing the defensive line rotation, and really just the defensive rotation as a whole is going to be a huge task for Chris Ash and the rest of the coaching staff, because it's just because you have players that have the ability to play a lot doesn't mean that you have to play every single one of them every single game. Some of it can come as a detriment. Like if there's a game that, Jason Onye is just eating up whatever interior offensive lineman that he's going up against, that doesn't mean you have to go 3 deep into your nose tackle rotation. Just let him keep doing his thing. If Bryce Young is eating somebody alive, you don't have to rotate him out for Ebenezer Utade or Rodney Dunham just because they have the ability to play. But that also then doesn't mean that you never play them at all. It's a fine line to walk, and I'll be very interested to see how they handle it this year.
We have a super chat, Trev, that we'll bring up also from Black Irish. Says, Brian, who would you go after as the new DB coach? So Chris got into the show later. He wasn't there for when I discussed it. But Chris, I'm not going to, and I know that you're not the only one who wasn't there. I'm not going to get into names. If somebody asks me about a name, hey, what do you think of this coach? I'll give you my opinion of that coach. But there's a lot of reasons why. Number one, it doesn't matter who I think they should go after. Marcus Freeman does not care about my opinion. And I don't say that like, oh, I'm mad at him for it. He's the head coach of Notre Dame. Why does he care what my opinion is? Now, I think he should care about my opinion is, because if I didn't think my opinion was, educated, I wouldn't give it. But he doesn't care one way or the other what my opinion is. And he, at the end of the day, honestly shouldn't. If he's convicted on who to hire, it doesn't matter if that guy's on my list or not. That's who he should go hire, as long as he's making it for the right reasons and with the right set of data. And if I tell you guys, here's 4 or 5 guys that I would go after, and he doesn't hire one of those 4 or 5, there will be people that will then turn that into a reason to complain and whine and get pissed off. Like, oh, he went after this guy, Driscoll. And it's just like looking for a reason to be upset. Or, oh, you gave these 4 guys and Freeman didn't go there. And then it gets turned into a thing. And I've seen this happen. This just flat out happen. So what I found is like, if you want my opinion on a coach, I'll give you my opinion on a coach, but I'm not going to give you a list because I think it's a little clickbaity, because I'm pretty sure that nobody knows all the coaches on Marcus Freeman's list. I have an idea of some of them. I don't have all of them. I can assure you that anybody putting a list out doesn't have all of them. A lot of it's like, I heard this agent told me that, and here's who I think they should go after, which is fine. They can do that. But I don't like to do that and pass that off as like, here's who they should go after. But if I do a list and I'm being honest, hey, this is who I would go after. Again, as I said, it'll get utilized as something to be upset about if they hire someone not on that list. And so I just figured I'll give you my opinion on who to go after. I'll give you my opinion. On a coach that they go after. If you ask me, if there's something out there, hey, this guy's getting an interview, what are your thoughts on him? I'll give it. If there's a coach that you'd like for them to go after, like there was a question about Jimmy Lake during the show. What about Jimmy Lake? Here's my thoughts on Jimmy Lake. But it won't be Freeman's got to go hire Jimmy Lake, and if he doesn't hire Jimmy Lake, it's a disaster, because Jimmy Lake's not the only good football coach out there. There are others. He just needs to make sure he hires one of them, and then I'll evaluate the job he does. And if he hires somebody that's not good, I promise you, I'll tell you that I don't think it's a good hire. And hopefully that's not the case. But that's just the approach we're given. And if I get legitimate intel and I'm able to give that to you, and my source gives me the okay to give it to you, I'll put it on the premium board. But that's kind of going to be my stance on this. I'm just not into the whole. I've done it in the past, and it just never felt great. And we don't always know who the targets are, who's even consideration. I mean, there's 100 some Division I football teams, and there's 32 NFL teams that you could pick from. And I'm supposed to guess on the 5 that are most likely to come to Notre Dame. Here's what I want. Give me someone who's a great developer, a proven developer of young men. Give me someone who's a proven developer of great technique. Give me someone who understands and can teach Chris Ash's scheme, someone who can relate to young people in a way that will allow them to be a good recruiter, and give me someone who is got an ability to evaluate players at a high level. Like, that's what I care about. What I don't want is someone who's never coached a position before and you're hiring them because you think they can be a good coach at some point in time. You're in a situation where you have, in my opinion, the best DB room in college football. And if you can't go out and make a home run hire of someone that's got a lot of potential, and honestly, this is what I will say. I'm not opposed to 2 hires, and one of them being an analyst, a very someone who you're like, okay, that's a good hire, former player, someone who's like coming up and coaching that can work with one of those groups. I'm not opposed to that either, but you can only hire one full-time guy. And I don't care if it's a safeties coach, corners coach, or the whole secondary. Give me someone that's got a proven track record of being really good at this. Now, a proven track record could be a younger coach who's only done it for 3 years, but he better have at least led a room. You know, I don't want a guy that's been the number 2 on a lot of good secondaries, because I don't know that guy can be a good number 1. And you don't need to take a chance on that right now with where your room is. That's all. That's my only hope, that they just get someone established. So that's my stance on it. And I know people ask, and that's just that's the stance I'm going to take. Yeah, I could put stuff out there and I'd make a lot of clicks on it, make money off of it, but I'm not super comfortable with that. So if you had a question about a specific player, go ask a coach, go ask it on the board. And if I know, I'll give you my opinion immediately. If I don't know that person, I'll look up that person. And if we're doing like a mailbag on Friday or something and it hasn't been announced yet and you want to ask my opinion of my coach, I'll discuss it. But it'll be more of just me giving my opinion of a coach, not so much that's who Freeman needs to go hire. You know, so, and there's been some I've said, nope, that better not be it. But, you know, that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, good deal. Well, folks, that's going to do it for us here today on the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Right now, the guys are live over on IB Nation Sports Beat. They're also talking about Mike Mickens leaving to go to the NFL. And then I believe Sean Stiers also did an interview with Cass Prosper. So you're not going to want to miss that either. They are currently live. On your way out of here, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. Brian and I are going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be giving our way too early top 25. So you're definitely not going to want to miss that episode. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk about some college football teams a little bit too early. That's why it's called way too early.
And a little discussion about why Notre Dame's getting the hype that they're getting right now. And is it legit or not? It's going to be a fun show tomorrow.
It is. It's going to be a really fun show. Folks, you guys know what to do. As always, the best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, till tomorrow, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.